Hello everyone. How are you doing today? Hey Foxy, hey Dino, Gecko. How do you want to be addressed? Boy. Welcome. How was y'all's week? Tell me about it. How y'all doing? We're slowly going into this wonderful day that we have going on for us. I know we were like potentially getting another winter storm this weekend, and we barely got hit. So I'm excited. We're staying nice and comfy. And what is more comfortable than the wool of a sheep? Am I right? It probably would be funny if you just said it like critics. Boy. Oh, if it isn't boy. You know what? I think it can, as long as I can remember, I am the worst with names. Oh gosh. Yeah! Hello, Astrala! Welcome in! Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying those. Yeah, whenever it seems that old short has kind of making its rounds again on YouTube because of the new update. So I'm glad seeing, you know, an extra eyes on everything. So thank you. Very much appreciated. Welcome in. How are you doing? Time to join the cult as a lizard. Yeah. Did you see that there's like dinos, like unlockable dino stuff, like follower ones? I haven't found, like, I haven't unlocked them yet, but you know, that's on our list. Yeah. Hold on. Let's I might be able. There might be somebody to do it. Let's see. Let's see if we can see it. Unless maybe it wouldn't be in achievements or anything, would it? I doubt it. I think we'd have to actually look. That was a baby dragon. No, you'll see. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's see how I'm gonna do it. Hopefully that we have a body ready to be inhabited. Am I right or am I right? Let's see here. No one yet. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Does Mr. Spider have a little present for us? He does. Who wants to be a meatbag? Everyone, hopefully you want to be a meatbag. Yes. Well, actually, I think if we go the other way, there's another. Is he in both places or is he just here now? Let's see. Oh, he's just here now. Because usually he's over here too. Huh. You know, can't be in two places at once. Something. Oh, one thing we do need though, we need seeds. Hey man, don't worry about him shaking and being in fear. That's totally nothing to do with me. We also have so much money, but we need so much food. So we're just gonna go ahead and cotton. We don't need cotton. Bush, camellia, just a crap ton of beetroot and a crap ton of cauliflower and some pumpkin. Oh no! What? No! You can't prove that. That's what innocent people say, right? All right, let's see if we can turn y'all. First, hold on. Let's make sure that it's working. Can y'all see the usual, like, Twitch interaction shenaniganery on y'all's end, hopefully? Or should I reset this? Your head hurts. Oh no, Foxy. Have you drank water recently? Okay, cool. All right, good. So if I interact with this, ouch. And we do let's. Oh, you can't change the variant. Oh, we can't change the variant with a normal one. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, okay? Are you ready? We're gonna do follower raffle. See if you can do your customization, because we unlocked the ability to turn meat people into normal people. So maybe that's what we could do. So if you want to jump in, be ready. Join. No pressure, though. Oh, I'm gonna get some caffeine. Hey, this is not available. How are you doing? Welcome in. Are you part of the cult yet? Like in the game yet? I don't remember who hasn't and who has. I'm gonna be real. Okay, good. Good. All right. You go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at you're so cute. That's such a good one. Good job. All right. So you are Rotten. Hey, Chayman, how you doing? Welcome in. I don't have it yet. Oh, that's awesome. You're Rotten. Don't worry, we'll fix that. All right, we'll get you a nice bath. You know, we'll scrub away the little extra, the meaty parts, and you'll be good as rain. Right? Return you to bone, and then build from the bone up. Just you know, it's like Legos or building a PC, but you know, flesh. You're fashionable. You generate devotion faster wearing a unique outfit. So that means I'm gonna want to have you a special robe. So think about that. Let me know what you want. And you like poop. Well, that one you're just gonna have to learn on your own. All right, you have fun. You're going into the mines because everyone desires that. All right, let's see here. Let's do a ritual. Life to ice, not that one. Where is our return to meat? Where is it? Sacrifice the flesh? No. Ritual of enlightenment? No. Where is our... That's raising people from the dead, which we kind of should do. This is all the sinner stuff. Ascend the follower. Where is it? Where's our ritual? There was a thing where we could fix them. Oh, wait, I remember. It was healing. It was here. Yeah. It costs sin, but we can do it. You're worth every sin point, Shaman. See, there you are. Look at you. You're not meat anymore. All right. And then we have Snowland. Oh, Abbas, what do you want from me? What do you got? Look at them go. So magical. Thank you, leader. What did I? Oh, right. The snowman. And then there's someone here that actually wants to fight a snowman, which is really funny. Let's fill this with poop. And then we'll deposit all C's here. Spend 2 weeks, 1 day restored. Let's go. They can be cured by ST. Sin transmitted disease. That's so good. That's so funny. All right, we gotta trim our animals. We gotta give them a nice pet. Give them a nice pet. Yep. And then we'll hopefully level this up so that y'all can help taking care of this as well. Ooh, that's what these things. So it's kind of like little silk there. Honestly, wasn't a fan. I don't really like that. Interesting. Apparently we need to bring Hartina to the mating tent, but who's gonna be the other person in the mating tent? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to have Hartina be in here, but who are we gonna put? So we're gonna is Hartina in the chat yet? If you are, speak up. Speak up or forever hold you peace. Otherwise, I'm gonna let Twitch chat decide. Yet it grows egg-like silk on top of itself. Listen, I don't know spider anatomy well enough to determine what it is and is not possible, especially these kind of spiders, right? Who knows? Okay, we're just going to let chat decide. So we want Hartina and then just somebody else. Imagine if I'm born from an egg. You might be able to. You might be able to. I'm gonna be real. Though it depends. All right, I'll let this sit for a couple minutes, but hopefully y'all have been having a good week so far. I know I've been playing way too much Enfield, and it's hard for me to like work on stuff outside, you know, like you know, lore videos and stuff like that, because my mind is still just on like surviving winter. You know what I mean? Hey Zelda, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day, and I hope you had a wonderful week. Anyone but me? I'm doing fine. Good. I'm glad. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jamming that plays. All right. Hartina and Shaman. Your week was awful, but my weekend has been great. Oh no, tell me about it. Well, as much as you want to talk about. All right, 74%. Let's go. What do we got? You're compatible. Pink love wins. Pink love wins. All right, what do we want? We can have hedonist. Oh gosh. We can have just about all these. Hold on. Pedigree 2. The grandchild of this father will receive a chosen child. Oh, right. We could just keep it going down. I forgot about that. So we can have the Cyanophile, aka when frozen, or when they're freezing, they get super loyal to us. So these guys really like Walt Disney, huh? Decrease productivity by 10%, but increases sin generation by 10%. I don't want them freezing. I'm gonna be real. Just signed up and I'm already being Yeah, welcome in. Let's do sin. Yeah. Gemma, do you have any particular... Hey, Barbaric, how you doing? Welcome in. How was your week? Hopefully well. Or weekend. Oh, you nearly had a mental breakdown at work because of people? No! But I, honestly, Zelda, I get it. I really do. But I've had plenty of bad coworkers. Listen, people make or break jobs every time. Called in on Friday, and it was a very good idea. Good. I'm glad that you took time away and, you know, just a mental health day, right? It's just to get away from people, time for yourself, time for your loved ones. It's something I advocate for every single time. Well, I finally finished Persona 5, 6 months of it. Damn! Good job. Persona is one of those 5 especially is one of those games that it's just like you don't put a few hours into it. It's hundreds of hours. Hey Ra, welcome in. Hopefully you had a good day, good week, good weekend. Sorry. Yeah, welcome in. All right. Oh no, they're naked. But hey, listen, the leaves are purple. All right, what's up? I'm finished chapter 2 of the game I was playing. Currently, it was 9 different ones. Oh, really? It was 133 hours. It's crazy, right? Oh, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it, Ra. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Know that the y'all's attention and all that is more than enough. But the you know, the subs help as well. Thank you. You honor me greatly, and I am totally grateful. All right, well, I guess I'll put your egg away. Y'all have a good nap. I just don't want ads, Lamau. That's real. That's so true. I mean, don't get me wrong. We pause gameplay if we can help it, but damn, I get it. Damn if I get it, dude. All right. Let's go ahead and do. Oh, what was this? Oh, we have a doctorate. We have a doctorate we could do. Care for the egg so it doesn't hatch. What? You don't want the egg hatched? Winter. Yeah, winter. Why can't we do this? Right? Why not? Wait a minute. Oh, does it rot? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. No. Everything. Maybe I need to progress the story. I don't know. Anyway, sermon. You've already purchased sermon today. They're like, why did you call us in here? It's actually measured as a minute per hour and not and made my headache 3 times worse. Me when I start spreading random facts. And it has the opposite thing. All right. Okay, y'all need to decide, and then we're gonna do a run and not die because we're just that amazing. Yeah, totally. Look at these little snow lambs. They're so good. Oh, they're collapsing. Gothic dress have been drafted to the tailor thanks to Twitch chat. Ooh. Gothic dress. That's the jacket. Where's a gothic dress? When did we get that? What? Just learned the very unfun fact that a scunthrope problem. What? Do I want to know? Jester costume. The jester costume, it costs sin? Oh, all these unique robes cost sin. That's kind of wild. Huh. Gothic dress. Maybe, you know what? We'll find it. We'll find it later. We'll find it later. All right. Let's go. I will make sure it is cared for. Don't you worry. We're just gonna go. We are just going to go. When things like place come through or censored for dumb reasons. Oh, interesting. I think we unlocked a thing over here. We did. All right. So let's go ahead and go down this way. The rot mouth. All right. What do we unlock? What cards are we dealt with today? I love this robe, the one with that gives you 4 off the rip. It's like gambling, but you know, less addicting. 20% chance of gaining a heart when killing an enemy. Oh, that's good. Receive double health when healing? Wait a minute. Does that double up our heart? Maybe it doesn't count as healing. Rolling into an enemy will damage them. That's pretty good. Fervor will slowly replenish over time. Okay. Okay. A knot is measured in a minute per hour. Minute 60th degree. How much is that? 60th degree of the diameter of the Earth. Oh. This is a travel on the time to basically the same as kilometers per hour. Gotcha. I did not know that. That's actually pretty interesting. Stuff like that doesn't give me headaches, luckily. They saw beautiful clothing. That's so funny. Alright. How much damage does this do? Not a whole lot, actually. Okay, so fervor is... Ooh, come here. I'm kind of keeping an eye on my fervor to see how much it goes back up, but it doesn't look like it is. At least if it is, it's not going up quickly. Oh, meatball! We released the meat eggs, as compared to not meat eggs, I suppose. Oh, what are you? I haven't seen these before. Cool. Legendary weapon fragment. Ooh, we talked to Rami. Ooh, alright. Love to say. Oh, our boy! What's up, Ratatouille? Crusader, return the flask. Why, it's a relief to see you. This is my actual voice, in case you're wondering. Hey, Alice! Name is Emergency Nourish. Oh my gosh, I remember now. You wanted us to eat your kid over and over again. I remember this. It was crazy. My head has been breaking. No! Like Mario once said, that's a spicy meatball. How is the one who waits dead? I sent him on a mission and he died on the mission, which is crazy, by the way. I did not know that they could die. I assumed he was immortal, aka wouldn't die. If I would have known, I wouldn't have done that. I was fishing in an ether pool and slipped in. I'm not quite sure what happened next, but I ended up here. Would you be my guide, Crusader? Would you take me to the end of this cavern? I'd be most thankful. Oh, my heart beats for you. It's like, what? It's like, nothing. Oh. Ugh. A constant witness to the beauty of your cult. The rot. Sorry, I should roll the R's. The rot. I like that one, yeah. Revive your legally assigned husband. Yeah, the government assigned husband. I don't know. Well, we should bring him back though. Do we have the bones for it? Is the question. Because we resurrected a lot last time, and I think we struggled with. Hold on. What? Hey, is there another guy in here somewhere? Hello? Oh, there they are. Interesting. One step closer to the end. I can finally feel my death coming. It's like, okay, listen, I'm gonna not need you to die on me. Just rip the bones out of the plants. Man, if I had a nickel. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, let's try to get more followers up in here. So let's do that one. And then bug, and then health, and then yeah, let's do that. I'm fine with that. Fun fact, to lighten the fact that there's nothing in the world. Ooh. Haha! Oh wait, RT? Nope. RB. That's where it is. Okay. I was like, where is it? At least it's not like the woo! Oh boy, these ones. Oh, the boomerang heads are brutal, dude. Boom! Oh my, oh look at that! You got nothing on me! You got nothing! Oh, wait, I can roll the heads back. I can roll the heads back because they do damage now. Let's go! They have nothing now! I'm their weakness! I'm their weakness! Oh look! This one's already a lizard! This is already pre-lizarded! For Dino. I require a new follower. You need to turn you to gold again. Is that what happened? I vaguely remember turning someone to gold. I know, from the short, I know exactly who I did, but I definitely did other people. Pigs a chameleon. Ooh, that's good. All right, let's get that follower in. Oh, hello there. What are you? Oh, gross. Ow. Oh God. Hey, do you mind? Okay. And aha! Perfect. Into gold, and I made a new follower. Oh, right. I remember, because people wanted to look different, but in order for it to make y'all look different, I have to, like, kill you. I can't just kill you. Does that make any sense at all? Ow. 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 Don't worry, I getting hit is fine. It's what I intended to happen. Ow. Oh my gosh, they're kicking my butt. Oh, it does work, by the way. It is doubling the hearts I'm getting. Let's do, honestly. Yeah. The gauntlets, dude, they're just too. Ow. The contact damage on these guys are the worst. Caw-caw. Boom. Easy peasy. Don't think about all the damage I just took. Haha. Take this. Alright, what else? There's one of y'all right up in here. Yep. Boom. As long as we have a distance AoE, we should be just fine. What's up, my guy? Kemet can make a relic from anything, yes? Hairs, nails, little lamb tails. What was the last one? Nails. 50% becomes invincible for 10 seconds or gain a blue heart. I'll take it. Let's go. Thank you for the acquired flaming cauldron. That looks like a tree stump, but who am I to know? Am I right? Why are the planets named after the Roman gods? Planet Poseidon. That's true. I often get sometimes mix up which one's for which one. Hello. I mean, I guess gold bars? No, let's do silk thread. Yeah, our silk thread was low. That's fine. Heart, 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 heart. Oh. Oh, okay. Sister up there, sister, I miss. Ugh, hot pool make feel good. When will I unlock the ability to help you find your sister? I see both of them and I'm like, let me speak, damn it. Destroy the rat. Sorry, I didn't roll my R's. Destroy the rat. Hello there. Let's try this. Gamba, gamba. Haha. More hearts. In the middle of our street. More hearts. Oh, I did learn the fact that water is technically lava. That was pretty funny, yeah. Because ice is metal. Yep. Yep, as soon as I said water's a type of lava, I was like, yes, I remember that. I remember because that. It's wild, isn't it? Furnace is almost empty. No! Oh, come on. There we go. Ow. Haha, joke's on you. Do you mind not being covered in poison? I mean, to be fair, some good factoids are in that. We need some rot burn. What are you? Get out of here. This is a bad room. This is a bad room. Get this pterodactyl out of here. Ow, ow. Stop it. Take this. And this. Oh. All right. Yeah. Let's do that one. Why not? It's better than a basic sword, I suppose. But there's a lot of meat in here. Ah! There's a lot of meat in here. There's so many. They're doing the slime trap. I don't know if any of you have ever had to face against a slime deck in Magic, but like it's a pain. Ooh, we're charged up. Let's just knock out the boss here. Oh my god. Oh, all right. Hi. How are you doing? What the hell are you? Oh gosh. Do I want to know? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh boy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Get you. Ooh. Nope, you ain't gonna get me with that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Uh-huh. Oh, that follow-up. Come on. Ow. I'm trying to dodge both. Ow. The laser eyes. Laser eyes. Watching you. Okay, I'm getting the charged crits, which are good. Oh, one more. Oh, oh. Boom. Hey, Ratty, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh. Woo. Easy follower form every time. Let's see, everybody. What do you got, you? We got Mothman. Or Mothra, I should say. You're watching the stream with the Paleo Conspiracy Iceberg. I forgot how funny it was. It was hilarious, wasn't it? The Paleo Conspiracy stuff was so funny. If y'all haven't seen that VOD, you should. It's great. We went down the paleo like iceberg of like different myths. Crazy. Great time. Nothing there. Listen, it came Lobotomy Corporation's cousin. What do we... Hold on. Oh. Oh. Oh, we get both? Interesting. Dinosaurid, yeah. Dino Sapiens, yeah. Oh. I'm like, have my face beat up and everything. I'm like, here you go. You are a blessed creature, Crusader. Thank you for your help. I can make it my way from here. Yeah, there's nowhere left to go! Take this for your trouble. May it keep you going in the hardest of times. It's a tie! Warm robes. Actually, you know what? That's pretty base. I like it. Invincible Season 4 releases. Will you be a friend to dinosaurs? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Alright, let's take the souls home. You can say he has an open heart. Yeah, silence is the right response to that. And I didn't get hit once, right? Haha. Just kidding. Watch Invincible, its peak. I'll consider it. I definitely seen clips of it. Alright, let's get our boys back up. Uh-oh. Never mind, wolves! Wolves! There. Alright, I put a little bit in there. Get over here! Back! These are my sheep! My sheep!
Oh, you stink!
No! I don't stink, you stink! I'm just kidding, I probably stink. I just got up. Alright, where is it? Okay, we're good. Oh. They are all super infatuated with the fact that I beat... I was gonna say, I chased away wolves. I was gonna say that in a different way. I don't know what's up with me lately in saying just like weirdly sus, just regular words. Repair it, easy peasy. And repair it, easy peasy. Alright, that's full up. That's good to go. So let's go ahead and go in. You can't beat the legendary status. Me. Yeah, the fraction of to copy our power is very good. Let's see if there's anyone worth bringing back. And I wouldn't say worth. That's a bad way of putting it. Well, we do need to bring back the one who waits, or the right. We should bring them back, but let's look here. Let's look. Ratty, what are you doing dead? We need to bring Ratty back. There's the one who waits will have to wait. We need to bring Ratty back. I don't know how to permit kill you anymore, Alice. I'll go give the egg some attention as well. Do the sermon. Good. Thank you for the reminder. Very much appreciated. Well, then let's get you in the cult. Anyone who isn't in the cult yet wants to be in the cult. Let's do it. Hey, Sozo. Hello, Shamora. What do you want? I wanted to say that. I love you later. Aw, very cute. Let's make you some food. Let's feed you full of... Oh, let's do a couple of chili. And then the rest is grass! The rest is grass! And luckily they fixed the bug that was not having those go through. Because Colt's access, lol. Alright. I beg you, talk to me to your colts. I will not stray. Alright. Follow a raffle. Let's go. Let's get going. Enjoy cuddling with Mama Dota, Zelda. Where is Midas? He's somewhere. But I don't know if we filled him up. He's in his mountain, but I could have sworn that we used the rest of the slots in order to move the game forward. How do I join the raffle? You should be able to... There's like a little thing like on the screen that you could click that allows you to join and then customize your person and then join up. You should have that option. I don't know how it is for mobile though, if you're on mobile. It's like a interaction thing. I was able to do it once with a couple times with other streamers, but it was always via PC. You don't see shit. Refresh? Maybe? Or maybe you need to also put it on your stuff? Alright. Mess with it and see what could pop up. Do you have anything like being able to add more to the totem, etc.? Alright. Don't worry, if we don't get you this time, there'll be more people. We'll get you in. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ditto! Oh, I love it! You're such a dapper chameleon. I love it. So good. Let's see. You're a night owl. You sleep during the day and work at night. And you're a pacifist. You don't fight. So you just want to be left alone. You're just like, cool. I don't want to deal with people. Hell yeah. Perfect. Okay. So we'll hold off on this one until Foxy figures out their issue, and then we can, you know, heal them. You know what? Let's get Sozo in here. Come on, Sozo. Let's warm you up. I'm autistic. Yo, same. High five. I'm not diagnosed, but it is highly suspected. I tell you what. All right, so these guys, I should probably. Oh, let's turn our ghosts in first. No. Let's do this. No, egg. There we go. Could I take care of the animals? Oh, I mean, right now I don't have the ability to assign people to it, but I hope so. But sure, you could totally be it. We need like a whole lot of snails though. Snails being able to give us like just seeds, egg, is very strong. You are diagnosed. Hell yeah, my guy. I am not, but damn if I have a lot of crossover. If I suspect I'm ADHD. The autistic ADHD, because I have a mixture. I have a hot pot of different things where it's just like, no neurotypical person has texture issues like I do. Hi, I'm diagnosed. I didn't realize I had a chat full of dads in here. I mean, to be fair, we I do make all the stuff in here, so I do have some. If I'm not autistic, I'm definitely adjacent. By that I mean artist. Die, explode. Boldsy you that I'm not already exploding. That would be a funny wizard, like, I cast wizard spell, die. Alright, let's go turn the souls in. Let's see what's going on. Alright, hello, here, I'm just dropping the kids off. Okay, almost there. That vile wolf still plagues your mountain. You must call him shepherd, so our work may continue. Uh-huh. Well, let's get another meat boy. That's a spicy meat boy. Their intestines are a little, you know, loose, but we could fix that. We could sew that right up. Uh-oh, Julard died! Everyone's afraid of death, even though we bring everyone back every time. But I guess, you know, once you die once, it kind of leaves a mark. Where are you? Where are you? They usually hang around the dead person. So where is the dead guy? Where's it? Where's dead? Is it down here? No. Huh. Well, is it here? Oh, yeah, he already was put in. Y'all didn't wait a second. All right, Jular, come here. All right, gotcha. Oh, simple. And don't worry, we don't have graves, we have fertilizer. So y'all will just be making food for us. Congratulations. Oh, right, frog jacket. Hold on. Remind me what frog jacket entailed again. Because yo boy be forgetful. I remember that I need to make one, but I forget the context why I need to make one. It was something to do with frogs. I know that much, but I mean, I think anyone would be able to put 2 and 2 together for that. Okay, let's go down here. Alright, what do we got? Alright, enemies will drop 2 times more fervor. That's pretty good. Increases chance better chest. That's great. Drop a friendly bomb when hit. That's kind of meh. Gain a spirit heart. Enemy bombs spawn at your feet when hit. So not only do I drop my own bomb, but I drop an enemy bomb, and I'm just gonna have to guess which one's good or not. Let's see here. Bane Sword and Divine Guardian. Okay. Boom. Ooh. Ow, ow. Ooh, ooh, that's so many bombs! That's so many bombs! Oh gosh, these big guys suck. Ugh. Whew. Oh, that's some fire. Ha 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 ha! I spit fire and then also fire. Can y'all burn? Probably not. I imagine y'all are pretty fire resistant. I don't know. Let's check. Oh, we have rotted flooring. Yeah, nothing like dead space squishy floor to really make the place go well. Apparently not. I cast a reasonable judge. I cast bribery. What do we got? What? What the hell does that necklace do? What? Oh, okay. We also got a bush that screams. Hey, at least it has a mouth. Am I right? Guess everyone loses and child is mine. I cast, nah, I win. Oh, God! Oh! Hey, stop it! Leave that meat boy alone! What do we got here? Summon 2 demons to assist in battle. You know what? Lovely. Ooh, flower. We got blue flowers. Forget-me-nots, let's go. Reached old age. Hold on. You already reached old age already? You just got here. I cast delete history. Y'all don't remember nothing. Honestly, we could use more sin. Especially if we're gonna like save more meat people. Meat boys. Let's just call them meat boys, but they're like with an I, so it's gender neutral. Or we could do more clothing or more sin. We have enough sin. We have an egg. Ooh. The egg. Ooh. Let's try the egg. And we also need more rot. We're gonna do egg. The cast reveal search history. No! No! Alright. My sister. Thy snow reminded me of sister. Alright, egg. Okay, yes. Oh, you're deciding my fate? We have enough! We can actually do this now. Will my brood grow happily above ground? I didn't have a chance to read the rest of no, that's fine. That's okay. What's up? You want some tea or? You received a demon thanks to Twitch chat. Let's go! Look, guys, it's Twitch chat. It's you talking about eggs. All right, let's go to house. All right, so. Once gods, no godly power contained. Eyes, ears, throats, and brains. Let's go ahead and give us some more demons. Oh. I think I added more. Oh, those things just explode, and these guys exist. My followers! Sharpest followers! Turn a random enemy into a critter. Sure, why not? Don't even think about your usually, okay, they do give morsel. Okay. And I think the heart gave me a heart, right? No, maybe. I don't remember how many hearts I had before. So that's a hard maybe. Okay. Boop. I turned somebody into a critter. However, I didn't see who got turned and for what and for whomst. Oh God, are you all okay? I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna go ahead and end your painful existence. Oh, godly axe, let's go! I love the axe, dude. It's so good. Oh, bye. Did y'all? That heart is gone. That heart was like, see ya. That's crazy. Not Hearthstone. I'm gonna be addicted. No. Oh, oh, there's so many mobs. Hey, dealers, where is Dapper Mama Dodo? We're working on it. It's on the way. Sweats. All right. Ugh. Okay, someone died. Who died? Nightwolf? Nightwolf died. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Well, at least it didn't turn into 2 snails, because that would have sucked. Oh, ah, ah! I mean, the bombs seem to be working in my favor, so that's good at least. Oh, right. It's just this. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. That doesn't do anything. Alright, well what about this one? Okay, what if we put them all up? Okay. I am confused. Uh-huh. Alright. No. No. There we go. I don't know how that worked, but we got it to work. Here's your little hat. And there's your little hat. Surely that won't be problematic when I ratified these guys. Surely. Excuse me, fellas. Let me just, Wool of the Harbinger. And Wool of the Warrior. And then, ooh, pump regrowth. Oh, regrowth necklace. I think when you die naturally, you get brought back. So, blueprint. Until we get all the blueprints and stuff, like I'm gonna go for blueprints. I'm gonna go for giving y'all different people to be, and making everything look pretty. Even though I don't do that. I want to do that. Let's go back and talk to Ram. Oh, hold on. Shepherd, this rot, what is it? What will it consume? I can only hope that this is her will. I have made you a new path. Base star-nosed mole. Love to see it. Let's go! I like the switching back and forth. Y'all really like Queen. You and Dragon. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But if you're going to keep on feeding her, you're going to make her fat. Even though there's nothing wrong with that either. Winter has ended. Let's go. Alright. Let's make some more food for y'all. That is true. You do see Queen as mama. That is true. I remember this. Alright, get some meat on y'all bones. Winter has ended, so now deposit all those. We'll wait for everybody to. Oh, while it's nighttime. Let's do this. We'll take care of y'all in a bit. Ooh, rat.
Yeah.
Arr. Let's do. Where's our blacksmith dude? Oh, here it is. What's up, man? I have something for you. Ah, I see! It is broken! To repair such a weapon, it is my honor, but I will require wool. Why are you calling me out like this, Alice? Why are you calling me out like this? No. No, I didn't. Alright. It's only 5, so that's fine. Ooh. It's amazing. My whole life I've dreamt about finding these legendary weapons. To work them in my own forge, with my own hammer. My old master would be proud. There are 6 lodged legendary weapons. The Woolhaven residents might know where they are if you ask. When you find them, bring them here for me to repair. It would be my honor. When your banner is turning into a tier banner very quickly. Honestly, it is. It's the same with the blanket. The blanket was supposed to be a 1-year blanket. It became a 2-year blanket. Oh, you should claim this as your own. What name would you wish to give this legendary hammer? Oh, create a ring of lightning when the hammer is slammed? That's so cool. Scourge of Severog. We can change it! Oh, ooh. Ooh. Well, we are paleomancy. So we should definitely let's maybe Idealist likes to do living weapons with dinosaurs. So part of me wants to have this be dinosaur-related attacks or weaponry. So let's see here. What would be good for hammers? That makes me think ankylosaurs. call it blind obsession and never explained why. Well, my go-to for the hammer is Sylvester, for reasons not revealed. But I'm thinking like the Ankylosaur like club. Well, the thing is, like, Icolo Smasher makes me think that I'm gonna smash Ankylosaurs. Also, I'm just trying to think as far as Ankylosaurs. When I think about it being used, I'm thinking like almost like a Rex Skull Smasher or something. I don't actually. Were Ankylosaurs and Rexes around the same time, or am I mixing them? The Ankylosaur should have a Morningstar tail. Ooh, that goes pretty hot. Not gonna lie. Maybe we could do something that's tongue-in-cheek, where Apocalypse. I won't do that one strictly because I can't even pronounce it. As cool as it is, I can't pronounce that. If I'm just like, go! Apocalypse! Honestly, it might be funny, though. I get it wrong every time. You know what? Let's do it. Apocalypse. Yeah. But about to run out of battery. Give me a month or two. A month or two to charge your phone. Do you just have like a little mouse running on a wheel? What's going on? Okay. This is the name of the hammer. Eopopopolopoulos. Really title. Cool. Added to the weapon pool. Lightning when slammed. That's so cool. So we get like special weapons now. Oh, we got a board now. Thank God. Complete dungeon run with Papalopalopolis. You know what? The fact that I can't name it is so good. All right. Before we turn these in, we're gonna do our usual stuff. We need to do some ad. So we'll just be taking care of that. So get some water, get some drinks, get some food, go to the bathroom. See y'all in 3 minutes. And then later the hammer naming. Thagomizer. Just, you're so true. I was thinking Thagomizer for maybe like something super spiky. So I'm saving that one. But that's definitely on my list. I'm thinking of something spiky. I'm thinking if there's a Morningstar looking one, because actually there probably will be like a flail. That would be a Thagomizer. Your water pipes throws. Have you not been like properly like making sure your water's been dripping? We've been doing that every night for the last like 2 weeks. All right. Let's see here. Let's go to, oh, you're deciding my fate. Uh-oh. Oh no. I could have just called it the apocalypse. You could have, but then, you know, it's funnier that it's not. Me messing it up every time is pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's go. Oh, wait, hold on. You're deciding my fate. Oh, did I break it? I'm sorry. And we can't move forward with this yet. Boo. Alright, how much more of this do I need? Oh, I don't have any. So, a lot. Gotcha. I keep on healing people. Oh! Oh. If it's egg hatching, I need to wait. We'll wait for the egg we'll wait for the ad break to end for that. Let's see what else on maintenance wise can I just like do. Oh, our stuff is ready. All right, let's go ahead and clean these. Could name a weapon Katie. Oh, for the KT extinction! Oh, that's so good! Estrala, that's so good. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, let's pet them. Give them a nice pet before we send them to the afterlife in a happy way. All right. So, as well as you. Give it a nice pet. All right. Ascend. Go. Go forth. Go forth into the afterlife, you wonderful son of a bitch. Go. Look at them. Salute. 07's in the chat. Look, they're so happy. They're so happy. And last but not least. Okay. Oh, isn't this? Oh, this requires sin. Oh. Can you mix animals? You can mix animals. I don't know how I feel about this. How crazy can we get? If I do a spider and a llama. I am genuinely curious how this is going to turn out. So when I say I'm a Simic player, this is when it starts to come out that I'm a natural born Simic player. Blue-green, and I'm just like, what if we just mix these two breeds? Just to see what happens. And it's like, kill me. All right, let's see what happens. This is wild. Okay, so we have a little spider. Okay. Interesting. So it's just any one of them can mate with anyone else. And it's just maybe a chance at one. It doesn't mix them? At least it doesn't look like it mixed them. I have no idea, Alice. I have no idea. It's been so cold for so long. No! No! Break it up! Break it up! Stop it! Stop it, both of you! Yeah, Dino, tell them off! Tell them! Julia's dissenting against your faith. Oh, really? Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Alright, Joltina. Then that's fine. Stay in here. Did it say Joltina will steal money from me? Joltina, I will sacrifice you. I will feed you to the tentacle gods of old. Don't think I won't. Do not call this bluff. You will have a bad time. June is like making fun of him. All right, let's get some praise up because our faith is kind of low. All right, so what kind of ritual can we do to just not really spice things up, but you know, ooh, sacrifice the flesh. We could do that. How's our bone? Our bone situation is actually pretty good. I'm dehydrated. Any drink ideas? Do you have anything that is water adjacent that isn't frozen? Do you have like or regular like water bottles? You know, things that would allow you to I'm okay with getting engaged, I guess. Well, we could also we could have a wedding. We could do a wedding. We could ascend. Ooh, let's ascend. Let's ascend some of our old people. And we can sacrifice another old person. Let's see here. Which one of you is old? I think they're old? Yeah, I think they're old. I think the ones with wrinkles under their eyes are old. I feel like that's a little presumptuous and judgmental, but here we are. I have green tea, but it's yucky, and I'm asking a way for it to make it taste good. Do you have sugar or anything that's like like honey? Let's do. We'll do punana. Oh, they're so angry. They're like, get me off this. Did it just got? I just get bony, or honey? Yeah. Okay, so get some honey. They'll make it taste sweeter. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I got a Lego dress. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, though. That's awesome. And then honestly, we have so many old people. We're gonna sacrifice another one. Then honestly, close your eyes, Foxy. Once you get some liquids in you, close your eyes. You know, take care of yourself. Feel better. Should I add lemon juice too? Ooh, yeah, add lemon juice. Also, I got. Also, on a lighter note, ate some really nice pancakes earlier. Ooh, that's cool. I'm glad. Okay, that gives me that. Let's see here. Where's the dissenting guy? Is it because I have him in prison? I was gonna say that would be fun. Let's see here. Let's do old people. Old people. Hell yeah, ready? Yeah, let me know. See, they smile. They're used to it. They're fine with that. They like it. Look at them. They're so happy. All right, now, is this anything? This is something that we can do. Perfect. All right. Must the cold be endured or exploited? Thick-skinned trait. Followers will not freeze during blizzards, or followers will work during blizzards. Here's the thing. We've been giving everyone coats. So, just saying, y'all are already not freezing for the most part. But, so I'm thinking snowplower trait. Can we eat them for dinner? I'll think about it. Yeah. Can't even close my eyes. Close it, just see chaos or something. Yeah, Foxy, I think you just are sick. Please rest. Let's do snowplower trait. You work. I'm the boss. I guess I'm the boss who tells you that you still need to come into work even though it's snowing outside and you're locked in. You can't get your car out of the snow. Well, it sounds like you need to get working. Y'all got traction on your tires, right? Y'all got snow tires. What else am I paying you for? If not to replace your tires every season. Am I right or am I right? Gosh, that's so toxic. Hey, Shadow, how you doing? Welcome in. Hopefully you're doing well. All right, let's see here. We won't do follower raffle for the meat people just in case we don't get to heal you in time. So we'll go ahead and let you in. Plus, I kind of want to get up to 6 so we can upgrade the statue and get another card, if possible. To the mines with you. Same with you. Look at this one. This one is a deep sleeper. Sleep through anything, even snores. That's good because Melon snores, apparently. Go that way. Oh, okay. Perfect. Oh, right. I wanted to wait for the egg for y'all. Give this one some love and care. All right. Oh my God. The follower is descendant of Hartina and Chamantha plays. Oh. All right. Chamantha, you tell me the name of the child. Is it Pee-Pee, like Dino suggested? How do you dissolve honey? Yes, you boil it, or you keep it warm. On the stove. Or microwave, if it's microwavable safe. Are they in here? If they're not in here, we're gonna have to do random. Or we can come up ourselves. What if we call them honey? We could do honey with what we're talking about right now in chat. Plus, that's a pretty solid name for a baby. Schmungus? Do y'all second Schmungus? Pungus. Okay. Alright. Schmungus or Pungus? I like y'all. I think y'all's suggestions are rhyming. What are we thinking? Schmungus? Okay. Schmungus. Alright. Welcome welcome Schmungus to the things. We got baby. Nurture child. There you go. It's okay. There you are. Imagine. Your loyalty is even more. Feed it to me. Yes. I'm a parent. I feed off of this. Alright. And then we put you in the nursery. Nursery's right here next to the... It's next to the carpentry building. That's so funny to me. I don't know why. It's something about having the thing next to a carpet, like tools, like power tools, is really funny to me. Oh my gosh. We have another follower. Okay. I beg you, indoctrinate me into your cult. I will not stray. All right, follower raffle. Anyone who hasn't been able to get in yet, this is your chance to become part of the cults of the Doto. Throw the child into the saw. First of all, I would never throw the child into the saw. But, you know, pain is an important teacher. So they need to be wary of sharp things. How else will they learn? You just need to make sure that the mistakes they make aren't lethal. Or traumatizing. As best you can. As best you can do it. Alright, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shadow, welcome in! Oh, I love the hammerhead shark. That's so cute. And you have pedigree. Your great-grandchild of this follower will receive a chosen child trait. Let's go. Welcome in. You'll tend the farms. Hell yeah. Anyone else? All right, cool. All right, let's bring the soul back to their location. What's up, my guy? You're still dead. Ooh, we need to fix that. Wait, you're still? Do we want to? Wait, do you want to die? You keep on saying you want to die, and then you're asking what you're still dead. What do you want? Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. What you really want. That's a hell of a win stream streak, by the way. Thank you for continuing your support, me, Shadow. I very much appreciate it. Rah! Timmy, look away. You need not see such. What? What is this? No, this is totally Kratos. Boy, what happened here? Is it all gone? Oh, there we are. Day 249. I feel their pain. I feel their sadness. My poor lambs. What this world has done to us. Winter strengthens once more. Snow will fall in great drifts and bury precious buildings. Well, that explains the work that needs to be done. Winter times 4. You want to be gold? All right. This mountain takes from us will again be ours. This world such as which has forsaken us will be ours too. Shepherd, do not forget your followers are your power. They must be preserved for you to fulfill your duty. We will once more improve your furnace so you may spread its warmth further by building heaters. Okay, finally we can upgrade. We can finally upgrade. Thank God. All right. Perfect. All right, let's. Okay, cool. So structures that will not be snowed under within range will only work if the rapid furnace is fueled. Perfect. Oh. Ooh. It looks so good. Slow time to boil on stove. Isn't microwave faster than stove? In my mind it is. Winter's gone stronger. Buildings in your cult may become snowed under. Build heaters around your cult to prevent structures within range to be snowed under. Heaters are powered by the Rottenberg furnace and will only work when the furnace is fueled. Okay, alright. That's a lot of stuff happening. That's a lot of stuff on the left. Y'all are happy to see snow? Good, good, I'm glad. Alright, get this up. Let's go ahead and build some ferni. Love to see it. It looks like those ones on the bottom there may not be reached. It should reach. It should be fine. It's just gonna be a little chilly. Why not? Okay. Oh no, I already built one there. Okay, cool. Let's do this one. And then we'll also have this one here. Yeah. And then there should be a heater next to our little farm here. Yeah. Like right here. Perfect. Eggs are now ready to hatch thanks to Twitch chat. Ooh, good job. Okay, first things first. I need to feed Mr. Goat here. Let's feed you cauliflower. You really like cauliflower, don't you? All right. Let's check out the eggs. All right. Ooh, this is the dragon egg. Well, first thing for I need to nurture children. I need to scream at them. You know, as nurturing bee. I feel like it says a lot about certain people. Now I'm hatching the egg. Look at her! Look, it's a little parasaur! Oh my god! You know what? We should name this off of gosh. See, I told you there would be dinos. I told you it'd be dinos. Sarah the parasaur. Like on Land Before Time. Or do y'all want to do a different name? I'm willing to hear you out. I do like Sarah though. I'm a Land Before Time. That's my childhood. So you're gonna have to be really convincing. Ducky. Oh wait, was Sarah the Triceratops? And Ducky. Oh, yeah, you're right, Ducky. Thank you, fake fan. Am I right? Can you tell it's been decades since I've done it? Beatrice the pterosaur. Yeah. Okay, Ducky. Yeah. Okay, faithless. That's fine. They're a child. They'll be fine. Look at so cute. Will we continue to get dino ones from the dragon then? If so, man, is that not just a awesome thing? All right, go ahead, guys. And then this is the heater. Abnormal necklace. What a strange necklace. Sure, let's give them that. I don't know what this does, but here you go. No, not playing knuckle bones. I just want to build. Okay, perfect. We need to build this heater for the children. The children don't have anything. Refinery has been thawed. Perfect timing. Perfect. So now people will be fine. Why is there rocks next to the front? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. All right, let's see here. Oh, they become friends. It's nice to see the old gods make friends. Thank God. Okay, does this do anything? Let's see. No, does nothing. Okay, cool. Anyway, welcome in. Oh, you just... Oh, okay. No, that's fine. You just got here, but all right. All right, let's bring... So Alice wants to come back and then get immediately turned into a gold statue. So, by the way, if you want to know, our list of dead people, it's a little excessive. It's a little excessive. There's a few people. A little more than I would like. Let's do by name. I don't see you, Alice. Yeah, you're not in here. Which means I already turned you to a gold statue. Which means you should be able to be joinable. Technically. Let's do defaults. Hell yeah. Yeah, right. Piranha, you need to be in here. Nightwolf, Melon, Cute Boy, Bearman, the one who waits. Honestly, the one who waits. Oh, no, wait. There you are. There you are. Sorry, I forgot that the name was different. There you go. All right, now sermon. And then we'll visit our good friend Midas just to see what he's up to. No particular reason why. Oh, one of you did a ritual that I wasn't a big fan of. All right, let's see. All right, Midas, come here. You and me, boy. Yeah. Sparkles, golds. Uh-huh. Ooh, yep. There you are. Are you ready, Alice, to become immortalized in gold? Go forth and be gold! You don't seem very happy about it, even though you're telling me you want this to happen. He is so beat up from me kicking his ass.
Magnificent! Bravo! Bravo! Sadly, this is not the last place I have. Thank you for helping me grow my little collection here. You are indeed the most generous and gracious lamb.
Solo's been eradicated is severed from the core, apparently. Okay, we got a thing. Okay, cool. Is he just gone now? He like disappeared. So now, as far as I'm aware, there's no other way to like. Okay, we've unlocked all the forms. I thought. Okay, so we can't do this anymore. Look how many forms we got. Look at all these. We got Pog. We got Pog Frog over there. Oh wait, I don't think these are ones we've unlocked. These are all the ones that are... No, these are all the ones that we've unlocked. That's crazy. We did unlock the Bearzor! Let's go! So, like, there's also the dragon one. There's another dragon one. Interesting. Okay, cool. All right, now you need to figure out what you're going to do for your new form, Alice. And while you figure that out, we're going to figure everything out here. Okay, so that was the stove that sounded like it was going... Oh, right! We have 5 of these, by the way. Okay, so we need to start leveling up some of this stuff. First, lightning rod. Protects followers and structures within range from lightning. There's lightning?! Rotborn Mine 2. Okay, honestly, let's get that. Let's get that going. When was our light? Exorcism altar. Alter a follower's traits. Remove a trait completely. That's cool. Ranch 2 Electric Boogaloo. Keep animals in your cult. Assign a follower to care and create. Perfect. Perfect. We can assign people now. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, this goes all the way up. This goes all the way up. Actually, this is about to 3. Work tent. Allow followers to move resources to select structures in the cult. Yeah. I shall be Goth Butterfly. Hell yeah. That's based as hell. Trough. Can be placed inside the ranch so animals can eat whenever they are hungry. Set up a track and race ranch animals around your cult. That's hilarious. That's really funny. That's pretty funny. Let's do a trough. So they can eat. And then, lightning rod is interesting, but we're gonna, and then wolf trap. Protecting animals from the ranch and harvesting meat. Yeah. All right, cool. Cool. All right, work tent. We'll put the work tent by the workstations over here. Yeah, right here. That seems okay. And then we want to upgrade the mines. Perfect. Then we have medic station. Assign a follower to be a medic and escort sick. Do we not have this already? Oh, we do. Okay, we do. I was gonna say, like, wait a second. Wait a second. All right, assign that to replace that. And then we'll go ahead and put this, like, right here. And then... Oh, it's making the power flicker. Oh no, Alice. Stay safe, please. All right, we want... What the hell is this? Which one of y'all did that? All right, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's see how that will go. Look at all that work. Y'all do an amazing job. I'm gonna be a perfect middle manager and just watch you. Interact. Add new connection. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we'll make the bodies, the morgue, to the natural burial. Well, I would do that, but we need to also be able to do the natural burial or this to the fertilizer storage. We'll just do that. We'll do that first. And we can unlock a new slot then. Oh, perfect. Hell yeah. Automation, automation, automation. Automation, automation. Oh, we need more science, which I believe we'll be collecting soon. Hey, what's up? What do you want? Excuse me, leader. Some poor freezing creatures have come here seeking shelter. Should we let them in? Definitely. Guys, more people. Not you. Anyway. Please, spare me. It's time. Come freezing or sick, I shall heal you anew. And all I ask is for eternal servitude. I mean, eternal helping around and just, you know, but not overbearing by any means. Anyway, so this sounds make me laugh, right? All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, eternal friendship. Astral, welcome in. Oh, the stars on the bunny look so good. I love it. Let's see. You have a strong constitution, so I can feed you whatever I want. I mean, anyway, you're petable, interesting, and you're a poet. You write poets. You write poems instead of like doing anything else. Honestly, awesome. We need more poets in the society. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's go ahead and get you. Oh, we don't have enough science for that yet. Okay, astral. This is what we're gonna do. Can we make? I want to make you. Yeah, keep you from freezing. Let's get you a cozy shawl or a rugged coat. Which one do you want? Do you want rugged coat or cozy shawl? I don't think a bathing suit's gonna help. So I'm just letting you know. I don't think shawl. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Actually, let's make a couple. Let's make like a couple more. Perfect. Go ahead and sew you a clothes made of my tears, like on that one episode of SpongeBob. Perfect. And we're gonna go ahead and give it to unavailable. Is wearing the outfit? Unavailable. Right. Unavailable. Why can't I give it to you? Why? All right. Well, it seems I can't give it to people who are already cold. So, I'll give it to Ratty instead. Here you go, Ratty. So what we're gonna do, we need science. So hopefully you don't freeze to death while I do this. Oh wait, we can do a thing, can't we? Isn't there a ritual where, yeah, bonfire. Perfect. Even the meat people are just like, oh, brains. Brains. I don't think they like brains. If anything, they don't eat anything. But y'all can't freeze. Hee hee ho ho. Who's the? I'm trying to interact with the person. Which one of y'all is the one with the side quest for me? Guys, where are you? Where are you going? Actually. Oh right, y'all are. Okay, one of you needs to separate from the rest. I can't talk to the person. Okay, perfect. Oh well. All right, I guess I'll work on this one. Oh, you do? Astro, that's so cool. That's awesome. You've published a book? Hell yeah, dude. I love that for you. That's on my list of things to eventually do at one point. Yeah, I need to clean this. Hey, my guy. What you doing? All right, well, you have fun down here, I guess. All right. Yes, I interrupted you, but you have a quest for me, so don't be mad at me. Thank you, leader. My faith in you is justified. Oh, right. I accepted people. I remember now. All right. All right, y'all should be in the keyword. Okay, before I get back. Let's go do it. Do take quite a bit of inspiration from Mary Shelley, so the goth enough. His title's Wendigo Psychosis, if anyone's interested. Ooh, Wendigo Psychosis. That sounds so cool. I'm a sucker for Wendigo shit, not gonna lie. All right, let's bring back the Harbinger. Hold on, actually, you know what? I'm literally writing this down to check out. Wendigo Psychosis. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah, no problem. Bold proposition, desperate idea. Serial, I cannot agree. Yes, ask the frost. Divine the course. What message lies in the cracks of the ice? If you go ahead, if you insist, damn us all. You damn us all. Damn us all and her too. Okay. Good on us. Oh, we can leave an offering? We can leave offerings here? What? What does it do? Let's do this. Let's see what happens.
conveys the bright nature of the wearer. Oh. Okay, we get new fleece. Assistant DM? No! I did not know that. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah.
Treat him well, youngster.
I shall. All right, let's see here. We need science. So let's get some people out there first. Oh, I need to. Perfect. All right. All right. Who's freezing? Who's about to freeze to death? Or we're about to send you out there into the wilderness because then you're not gonna be freezing to death. Unavailable follower is freezing. Oh. Well, there you are, I guess. All right, this is not available. Off you go. We need science. Let's see. All right, Abyss. We need, honestly, some more bone. You write the story? That's so cool. You're so good at like world building. I remember you talking about your stuff. So I definitely see it. We'll do Ratty. I believe in you. Hold on. Sozo? Yeah, Sozo. We'll do Sozo. Cursed U-Bark. We definitely need more of those. Alright, bye. All followers have been cured. Let's go! Let's give them. Ooh. Y'all did it! Y'all cured them! Which means we can assign! Where's our boy? Where are they? Where are they? Where are you? There you are! Good job, everybody! Thanks for the assist. And Goddess of Health to become the goddess and mutates people into the perfect AK walking tumors that are nearly impossible to kill. That's so good. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm a fan of the twisted the twisted positive intentions. You'll find that a lot in my lore as well. I love that kind of shit. I'm a fan. Why did the blue gator take my job as a rancher? Honestly, I have no idea. Let me see. Let me see if I could manually change it. Honestly, I think the gator did because I think the gator has a trait. I don't know who's pooping gold, but keep doing it. Let's see here. Ooh, look at that. Okay, so I can't place posts. No. View. Perfect. Oh, a lot of them are close to death, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. If I wasn't a pacifist, I'd kick through this. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, we need to make like different ones though for this. That'd be so good. All right, so that's fine. We're gonna deposit a bunch of cauliflower, a couple of that, some berries, just not human flesh. All right, so that one is. So we're gonna go ahead and ascend the ones that have halos above them. I finished Lego. Let me get a pic and I'll post it on our channel. Perfect. Thank you. How about our snail? Oh no, our snail. We need our animals to breed because we're running low on food. Oh no. Well, the problem is they require sin in order to... why do the animals need sin in order to do it? That makes no sense. Let's go ahead and do one of the hot chili, a bunch of the meat. Perfect. That's fine. Perfect. And now let's check out on our, anything here that we can make? We have so much of... oh, actually, we need more gold. Which means we need more of... let's go ahead and make a bunch of these as well. we have people in the rot mine, so we should be good as far as that. So we should be okay. Was driven mad by all the death, made a perfect life for him. That's pretty awesome, my guy. Gotta say. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't like fully. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see what the traps do. I want to know. All right. Okay. Oh. No! Stop it! Okay. Alright, I get it. Okay, so we need a lot more traps. Stop it. Okay. Alright. So we need a lot of traps. Alright, we'll check it on the next ad break. Open trap. Open. Ooh, that leaves a lot of meat, too. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm gonna build a like, what was that, 16? So what we're gonna do is that, like, we're gonna do 8 on each side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? And then can I like hit move? Edit buildings. There it is. Move. Perfect. And then up here. And then we'll have a last one here. Exactly. I'm thinking, especially since we plan on making this area just like a bunch of different farms for different animals, like a llama here, some cows over here. Especially, we really want to get a lot of snails so we just have constant seeds. So I want to build more of this, but we're working through it. Let's now check up. Oh. What was it that I came down here for? I got distracted by the wolves. I was like, I came back down here for something. I don't remember. Is this new stuff? No, not new stuff here, but let's check out this guy. Hey, what's up, man?
You are the shepherd. What great battles have you won? I wear these scars proudly. They are mementos of valor in battle.
I wear these scars. Oh, okay. We're good. What about over here? So I need 100. Oh, perfect. Another body. Hello, one of my chat members is gonna possess you. They're like, what? What's a chat? Alright, what about you? That's also 100. Okay, so I need... Ooh, what's this? Oh! Uh-oh! Chazak loved his life here. He insisted we do not need the world, for we had Woolhaven. He kept the baskets full of flowers and the plaza clean. He was the one who prepared our graves, so we would have a place to rest when. And he ensured that Kaka's grave, Koka's. That was a bad pronunciation. Koka's grave would be big enough for the children too. He deserves to be remembered kindly. As our last living legacy, your desire to preserve our customs and history moves me, Shepherd. Hell yeah. Okay. Perfecta. All right. Let's move forward. The thing. Where is our? There we go. I was gonna say we unlocked the thing over here. Wrong one. Oopsies. Okay, come on. Come on. There we go. I was like, please. Game. Perfect. Let's go. I mean, that Lord Raikan infected. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, Alice. All right, what do we got? Necromantic Sword. And then we have Cleansing Fire. Oh, wait. Yep, up. Ooh. Lovely. Oh, my hammer's bigger than yours, my guy. Ow. But comparison is the thief of joy, right? Oh, interesting. Hey, Midas, how you doing, my guy? Hey, looking happy. I remember what it was. It was to change the fleece back to the one that I like. That's what I went back down for. That I completely forgot. Son of a! By the teeth of wolf, you've stolen from us for the last time. Oh, sorry. From the teeth of the wolf, you've stolen from us the last time. Pay for your sin of greed.
Why, my good fellow, we can work this out. You seem a reasonable sort of wolf.
Greedy wretch, what? What are you doing here, crown bearer? This mountain is not for this place for you. Oh! Oh my god. When did you get wings? Why do you have butt wings? Oh yeah! We turned him into a follower? Let's go. Oh, well, that guy is dead. That guy is so dead. He had no shot. Oh. Ooh, this hammer slaps, though. Oh, nope, come here. Y'all are eating spider meat later. Listen, food is food, all right? I don't want to hear any complaints. Very small places skull in a hatchery. Really? All right, I might have to check it out. What's with the Eye of Sauron? Get down here! Hello! Alright, close enough. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, clothes, food, heart, question. That's kind of where I'm going. We could get another body, but we have a body waiting for us at home. Alright, it's what's inside that counts the bear's boutique. Now let's look, you're welcome. Watch it be like naked. Well, you know, it's kind of the opposite of naked. I like the lore, honestly, Alice. Very well done. This ain't about you. This ain't about you, Alice. No, my type of story overall. Exactly. Not every story is for everybody. And once you understand that, once you are okay with knowing that the stuff you put out there isn't for everyone, it makes your life so much easier. Ooh, a snow fruit seed? Hey, hey guys. Why is this snowman breathing? Well, if it breathes, we can kill it. I didn't. I'm gonna go. Hello. We're gonna heal. So warm. This pool's so warm. Hearts come out. I want to help them. We want more blue heart. We want more of the snowdrops. Perfect. I really did. I really didn't think it would do it. Oh, hello there. Perfect. Legendary weapon fragment. We'll take it. Hello, wolves. Oh boy, that's a lot. That's a lot happening. Oh boy. Oh. I guess flaming shot. Get some decent distance. Get some more flowers. And oh, they made a wall. You made a wall and exploding dogs. That's just mean. What do we got? Orbiting eyes that damages enemies on contact. 2x damage. But it's fragile. Good to know. Hey! Yeah, no. Completely understandable. Thank you for stopping by, Starbeast. And I hope you enjoy the DLC. Truly. It's really fun. I'm having a blast with it. Oh boy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. What
do we got here? Little god, like Kimmick's followers. Kimmick's made them themselves. Damages all enemies based on how many elderly followers. Okay. Let's see. If I do this, and then equip this. Godly power contained. Eyes and ears and arms and brains. We want some meat. Boo doo 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 doo. Got some meat. Doo doo doo. Hey, okay, cool. The eyes stay around. That's good. Literally going through the game again to start over so have fun. Yeah. Yeah. That's honestly that's what I did for the last DLC. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's up? Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay. We're fine. Ooh. And whoop. And whoop. Oh, nope. Come on, that's a wall. I wish I guess I could break the wall. Meat piles don't have any meat. False advertising. Hello. Sup, guys? How's the weather up there?
Brother cannot speak. The Bishop Calamar ripped out his tongue as a pup, and his voice was lost. Such is the madness of gods. They silence those who speak truth. They punish those who think freely. We pity you, mad god. Your faith is a chain that Marcosius has broken for us.
Hey, what's up? he speaks fine. He's like,
what the fuck? You could talk the whole time? I look stupid now. Yes, brother. Our freedom is a precious thing. We will defend it at all costs. We will not let you take this mountain from us.
oh boy, they're just taking turns. They're taking turns. No, one of you died at old age. Now's not a good time. Here's the thing. Aha! Take that. The power of the elderly compels you. Oh no, one of the elderly died. It did less damage because one of you couldn't stop him. Uh-oh. 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 Oh! The 3 pups! The 3 dogs! Look at them! They're so cute! Please, spare us. We only wish to stay together. We would be faithful. They remind me of the Troublesome Trio. They do. Blueprint! They're all precious. I made them immortal in my cult. Honestly, I might make them immortal so that they will be there. They'll be together forever. Sparkle. I thought that was sparkling water. I'm not kidding. Like sparkling water. Excuse me? How about this blueprint? Another sparkling pillar. Did I just get the same sparkling pillar twice? Thanks. Thanks, no, I appreciate it. Alright. You're with me, boys. Ignore the rot. The rot's, that's normal. That happens all the time. Don't worry about it. Honestly, did I get hit? I might not have. I did get hit. Damn. Because I kind of kicked their ass a bit. No, I did get hit when I was trying to do the damage. Alright. Chat is deciding my fate. Uh-oh. Again, why are there rocks? I don't know why there's rocks there. Let's receive this while you're deciding my fate, and then we'll bring in another person. And all followers have fallen asleep. Well, y'all, I guess we're really eepy. Speaking of eepy, ball rapper time! Let's go! Remember, minus the skull. Yeah, I will do so. Get in if you want. If you want to be part of the Dodo cult. If you don't want to do it, that's fine too. I ain't gonna make you. But the positives outweigh the negatives. That much I can tell you. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rah! Welcome in! Let's go! You have invigorated by the cold, so you work faster in the cold. Honestly, I kind of am also invigorated by the cold, by the way. You hate snow lambs. Oh, wow. So you're I wouldn't say racist, but like, how do you like the cold and hate snow lambs? That's crazy. And then coward. You might run away if frightened. That's interesting combination. All right, tend the farms. All right, these guys I'm gonna leave alone. Such a beautiful place. I will work hard for you. Naturally obedient. You're good to go. Go ahead and clean base. Cover me to your I'll follow your teachings faithfully. Ooh, what are you? You're a perfect prisoner in heavyweight. Interesting. And now I do remember. And then clean base. What's up, Chairman? Jamantha. I don't know about all this. If you're a truly great leader, would this place look nicer? Fine, I'll build some decorations for you. Honestly, I need to. I can speak, Lamb. You have destroyed us and renewed us. It is a miracle. I will worship you. Make a follower, so next time you had a follower, they can raffle too. Let's go! Lightweight and Snorer. Oh, glad you could speak just in time to wake everyone else up. That's funny, though. All right, go ahead and worship. All right. Bring it over here. We'll give you actual love and care. Oh my god. Nurture children. Don't worry, I wake them up in the middle of the night in this game. Alright. The place was so full of poop. It was full of poop. Like, damn. Get some of that. Alright, got some of that, and then... Ooh, okay, there's... Got some of you, got some of you. How are you doing? Oh, you decide to sifting. There you go. Let's go ahead and make... let's bring the body in here. Any of them, really. Any of the mini bodies. I don't know how we're losing so many people so quickly. Actually, I do. It's called getting old. How about... Ooh, perfect. Do we have any new animals? We do not have any new animals. All right. And now... So that's going. Let's go take our 3-minute ad break. So get up, stretch, get some water, get some food. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Ratty, what are you doing? Oh, you probably got woken up by someone snoring, huh? Yeah, that'll do it. That would also make me mad. Let's see. Anything else around here? I'm not seeing anything else that needs absolutely taken care of. As far as I can tell, at least. Spider! How about deposit some heat? There we go. Everyone's nice and warm. Oh no, I just don't sleep at night. Oh no. Oh right, you're a night worker. That's right. So we need 4 more of those in order to get through it. But that's fine. Let's go up here. I don't think this will skip ahead, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Yeah. We're just depositing that. Oh. We'll hold off on this. Yeah, because you sleep at night. Oh, right. I wanted to see the thing. Hold on. I wanted to see the art. I wanted to see the the Legos. Oh, it looks so good. Oh my gosh. Dolores. Oh. That looks so good. Hell yeah. Once we get off the ads, I'll kind of redo it. Oh my gosh, there's so many messages. There's so many messages. Help. I'm just seeing like Discord's like, you've been added 5 times, and I'm like, whoa, wait. And it's a lot of them is just like notifications. This person's live. This person's talking to you. This person's almost kind of talking to you. But yeah, no, let's put this back up. What's the possibility of this unplugging everything? Okay, good. Last time I said that and did that, it did unplug everything, and then I had to restart stream. Oh gosh. Funny. It's funny. Oh, this is a reminder to stretch and not sit around for too long. It's not good for your body. As it is not good for mine. And welcome back. Ratty, I saw the picture. It was very adorable and amazing. Thank you for sharing in the Discord. All I did was deposit the ghosts, and now Ingya has some words for me. They called us the sacrificial beasts, as though we were born simply to die for others. Oh, hold on. How can we forgive a world which has forsaken us so? Cool. Anyway, so I'm gonna grab a few more of these. Honestly, yeah, no, we should. The turtles give so we'll do those. I don't think we'll do a turtle. Actually, no, we will do a turtle. But we're gonna hold on to the turtle for the turtle farm. But we'll only do the ones that are giving us, like, the fleece. Let's see here. So, you. And then you. And then you are good enough where you're ready to ascend. So first, we'll pet you. Very cute, very adorable, lovely, lovely, amazing. And then into the sky, you wonderful beast. You deserve a peaceful ending. And first things first, now with this, we're gonna set all these traps up. One of them has follower meat. Boom, boom. Oh, oops. Oopsies. Uh-oh. One of them I put follower meat into. Oopsies. One of you don't eat that. None of you eat that other one. Oh, crap. Well, they're gonna be a little feisty. Anyway. Ooh, boy. Oh. Wait, do any of you other ones have halos? I don't think so. I'm not gonna turn them evil. They're just gonna be a little aggressive. I mean, they don't bite. Probably. Hold on. Actually, before we get started on this. Hey guys, how you doing? Leader, I was badly injured during my missionary. I could die of peace. What? This is not available? No! You had a 90% success rate. Ah, that's fine. We'll bring you back. You'll be fine. You're good. You're fine. You'll be good. Can I be part of the culture? Yeah! As long as, like, you should be able to just be able to do it. Unless you aren't able to figure it out. Have you not been able to figure it out yet? Later, I've returned safe to the missionary and I brought an offering. Hell yeah. Alright, Sozo. You go to bed. You did indeed fail the skill check. Well, we know what we need to do now. You did it? Perfect. Then once we get a new person, you'll be the next one on the list. Ooh, we actually do need to do this. Right? Decision time! I ring a little bell. Decision time! The last one to decide. Is it flesh or fleece that makes one worthy? Ritual of gorging. Butcher ranch animals for 2 times meat for 1 day. Or ritual of shearing. Harvest 2 times resources for ranch animals for 1 day. That's not even a decision. It's a straight up ritual of shearing. We love this. This is great. And like that's not even. It's getting late. As you may know, my head hurts. I think I mentioned before. You did. You did mention it before. And I want you to rest and feel better. Alright, so rituals. We're not going to do the ritual of shearing. Not yet, anyway. We're going to raise our boy. Let's see. It's not available. You thought failure means that you no longer get to serve? You fool. Failure is just a simple misstep. It is a stumble of life. And death is only part of it now. Welcome in. All right. Now, let's go ahead. Oh, change the sheet, change the fleece, change the fleece, change the fleece. I know, I remember now. I remembered. It was disease heart for every time a tarot card is drawn. Nope. What is it? Fleece of Fates. Here it is. But I want to customize that. Yes. Start of the run, but none of the 4 tarot cards off the rip. But I look like this. This is what I want. Okay, that one is good. That one's fine. Love to see it. Let's do some. Shimura, that's a water fountain. Okay, that's fine. All right, collect. What do we got here? There's Racing Gate, which would be pretty funny. But I kind of want to see what they're going to do with Exorcism Altar 3. What's the dealio with this altar? All right, what does this do? Alter following traits. Add a new trait. Okay. Cool. I guess. I should probably make the altar, yeah? Oh, it requires... Okay. Let's do the altar, like, over here. next to where they sleep. Because that makes sense. And then we're going to go ahead and boop, 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 boop. But only very little. All right. So now... we can... oh, Barrack the one. Ooh, yeah, let's leave an offering here. What do we get? Made to protect those who run far. Aww. Okay, anyone else that we could do? That's more. Ooh, we could do Scholar. Let's do the Scholar. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll check on Midas. A homage to those who record history. I like it. And then, ooh, I like this one a lot. I like the space theme, the Fleece of the Stargazer. Yeah, we're gonna stick with this one. All right, let's pick up the missions and do those real quick. Oh, first, new guy. What's up, my guy? Get in here. You're about to be possessed. He's like, what? All right. There you are. Coco was almost made of stars, a beautiful and shining light amongst the pain and rot. She would gather us beneath the night sky and sing songs and praise of Yinga. When the end was near and Coco realized what we must do, her poor children, her light went out forever. I wish I could suffer instead of those children. When you wear these fleeces, we are with you, shepherd. Fleece of the rancher, fleece of the scholar. Okay, let's do fleece of the scholar first, I guess? I wish I could do that here, but... let's check on Midas. Hello. Let's clean the baby pen. Interact with the baby pen. Interact with said babies. Oh, one of our babies are grown up. Little boy, so cute. I can't interact with it at all, but maybe it's because the fate is happening. Oh, y'all need food. Gotta feed you a bunch of meat. Is gained the snorer trait. Why did you give someone a snore trait? What? Excuse me? You want to make everyone suffer? Is that it? All right. Get in here. Get in there. Get in here.
Get in there. Come on. Get out of this call.
It was either that or murdering someone. Okay. Okay, fine. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That is a lesser of two evils. Actually, you know what? It's not even a lesser of two evils. I would have rather you murdered somebody and that I would just have to bring back than have everyone be messed with. Okay. All right. Honestly, I might. This is not available. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alice! Let's go! That looks so good. What are you? You are a natural skeptic, you are cynical, and you're invigorated by the cold. You like the cold. That's awesome. Hell yeah. You cook meals. Alright, y'all are doing that. You're a goth butterfly! Yeah! Let's go! Oh, right. We need to change Fleece of the Scholar. So I need to go in, change my clothes, go back, change my clothes a second time. So, Scholar. Boom. Oh, wait. Can I, like, equip the other one as well? And it just does both. Rancher. Stargazer. Okay, I got all. I equipped them. Heal a heart after completing each room. Increased movement speed. Cost you cannot roll. Oh wait, is this the only one that I haven't gotten? I haven't also got. Only curses can be used. Receive 4 curse related tarot cards. Let's do this one. Because why not? And then we want, so we equipped all these just to activate all the stuff, and then we go to this and change the look to Stargazer. Perfect. Curse of Curses. Curse maxing. Me when I sing a lot of bad words. Alright, let's go over here. And then we'll turn some things in. This DLC added a lot of good stuff, dude. Alright, what's next? From the lore tablet. Anael was a historian and a coward. She could not stop the hunters when they came for the rest. Here is my confession. When Woolhaven was burning, I found a baby in the rubble. I fear it would give me away with its cries. So I placed it in a basket and sailed it down the river. We will never know what became of it. As our living legacy, your desire to preserve our customs and history moves me, Shepherd. Oh. I have to go back and do it again. No, y'all can't, no swear. None of you. Getting worse by the days, ready to have it fall on you, right? Hold on, let's see it all happen. Okay, good to know. So, the ones near the edge, do not do it. They all love me. All right, we need to move them around. Builds. I wanted to. Okay, we're just gonna. Does it eliminate the? Okay, it doesn't eliminate the meat. Good. Okay, how far back can we go? Okay. Okay. We're just gonna kind of like create like this weird net over here. A plus swearing. All right, let's do like that, I guess. And I guess we'll figure out what we're gonna be able to do later, I suppose. Oh, we can make snowmen. Well, snow lambs.
95.
Let's go. Oh, hello there. Leader, I'm all grown up. You've got me and show me the light. I'm ready to serve you. Let's go. Schmungus is grown up. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. No. Wait. Let's go ahead and get Nightwolf in the fertilizer machine. All right, let's see here. We already gave that person some attention. All right, excellent. All right. And then food should be already on the way. Interesting. I forgot that that's the case. Okay, that's being made. Okay, good. Everyone's eating food. Good job. I guess so. You're absolutely right. Honestly, good observation. All right, let's make a new thing. Is that a legendary sword? And my forge? Oh my! I'm ready. Oh, we don't have enough. Hold on. What do we get for this? It is an honor to have prepared these weapons for you. Thank you, Shepherd. Cool. All right. Anything? Okay. We need more. We need more. Need more wool in Woolhaven. Crazy, am I right? Let's see. I just need 2 more. Hey, welcome back. I did it later. I retrieved what you needed. You have bones. All right. So first things first, you need to go to sleep. Second, Schmungus, perfect. Not available. Perfect. I was thinking like we need Schmungus to have kids because the whole point is that their great-great-grandchildren is like a chosen child or something. Cancel idealism as a whole. No! No! Please! You only get 2 to 6? Ooh. Alright, get some wool. Sozo is brainwashed, so you love to do it. We have 1 shard, so curse you bark, and then 1 shard. Amos is exhausted. Alright, Ratty. You got this. I believe in you. Curse shard. Hey, Piranha, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Alice, you haven't checked in yet? That's crazy. Imagine. Oh, God. How about y'all clean up after yourselves? It ain't that tough. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I thought the shell was gold for a second, and I was very concerned. Good, I'm glad you're doing so well. How was your week? How was your weekend? Welcome in. Is that our children with the bush god? You're gonna have to be a little more specific. Who? Alright, make the weapon for me. Oh. Oh God, it's so extra. It has been mended! The pieces all true! Naming the shining sword or brave shepherd. Alright. It's time. Hey Growly, welcome in! Okay, what is the name of this sword? Productivity has been through the roof. Love to hear it, Piranha. I love to hear that for you. I cannot see that symbol and not think of the stream. Dynablade? Name it Mimicry? Mimicry? Why Mimicry? I need to know. Oh right, KATY. The Katie for the extinction event, right? After nothing there, what? Aw, thank you for the sub, Piranha. Thank you. 11 months, crazy, right? Wild. Yeah, let's do Katie for the KT extinction. Yeah, we're doing dinosaur themed weapons. 1.5 times attack speed too. Yeah, let's go. Worthy title for such a weapon. It's like, I don't even know what that means. Why'd you name it Katie? I don't get it. Hell yeah. And now we need to go ahead and complete a dungeon run with Katie. Yeah. All right, build decorate. We'll build the decorations when I get back. We'll do that. We're the fleece of the rancher. Oh, I'll do it later. It's whatever. Yeah, I've been doing good. I've been really enjoying the DLC. I'll tell you that much. And I've been playing way too much Arc Knights. Oh, we can fight the fallen temple. Ooh. I can tell you can't. Well, I don't know what you're talking. Oh, we can't fight it. Okay. All right, let's fight here. Theater sword. You want a child with a bush-headed god? Which is the bush-headed god? You need to be specific. I don't know what you're talking about. If we get a dagger, it definitely is going to be raptor themed. Oh, definitely. Definitely. 20% more damage during the day. Lovely. Love that. The night one, not as great. Black Echo when you roll. That's pretty solid. Enemies will drop twice as much fervor and gain 1 molten heart. I'll take it. Ooh, oh, here it is! Katie! And then Divine Blizzard. Alright. Ooh, the attack's so fast! Ooh, damn! He's like, bah! A wise healer said later. That's funny. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, right, these are the damn wolves. Oh, right, I leave poison ichor. I was like, does this do poison damage too? Oh boy. I need to dodge more. Boop, boop, boop. A blunderbuss? Ooh, that's a good question, honestly. Something. Keep it in your mind's eye. We'll think of something. I don't know how much more we're gonna find today, but at the very least, ooh! Get all these spiders for put it in people's bowls. But, you know, as meat. Bronto Buster, that's pretty good. Ooh. Oh, the speed also is the charge attack too. Ooh, good. That slam was fast. Oh my god. All right, yeah, sure, we could do that. When we get back to camp, we'll go through it. We'll look. Ooh, fleece. We need so much fleece. It's crazy how much fleece we need. Oh, guys, hey, y'all can give me fleece, right? Kills him. Fleece must be real valuable for them to be this stingy. Ooh, follower. Yeah, let's do it. Piranha, I think we need to resurrect you. And then boop, 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 boop. Nope, you're gonna do your whole charge thing. Perfect. So fast! The sword is so good! No wonder everything was so tough. This was the bar they were setting. Yeah, find you a partner that looks like a bush. We got another body. Nothing. I don't think that's what they like to hear after I save them. Got another body, and they're like, Leshy? Ooh, it might be Leshy. Oh, where's a bandana? Oh, yeah, then yeah. Why do you want to... Y'all are making weird godchildren again. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? We should be okay. Smile. Hello there. Listen. Peace be with you, Crusader. I seek only the truth in the light, but I may be of service to you. I can increase the loyalty of any follower you choose. Okay. Let's see here. What would be... what would be good? What would be good? I'm looking for like a level up here. All these are 60. Okay. So let's get Shadows up. He's level 1. My channel was very funny. Really? My work is done. This fool will follow you once the deepest darkness is once no one returns. Cool. Anyway. Intangible. We'll get you next time, Dino. Environmental traps don't do damage. What? I know I don't get hit by those, so it's fine. F your fire. Ha ha ha. But yeah, I need to show you some what do we call it? Where it's just like I just dance. Oh, big present, small present. I can also give you a gift to try to get your level up too. Boom. Oh gosh. This sword is so strong. I feel so powerful. My God. What's this? Oh, hello, my guy. This sword I forged for a warrior small of stature, yet golden of heart. She was a descendant of the gods of gold. She brought me gifts from her ancestors. I smelted them down. She used them to slaughter her parents, of course. But still, one of my more beautiful creations. Oh! That's, cool! Hounds of Fate is pretty good. Fortune toward flame, shepherd the stone, and wet with blood, they seek destruction as their nature demands. Can the same be said of yourself? Sure. Boom, boom, boom. Careful, if you mention Shadow the Hedgehog, or any of the hedgehogs, you might summon Melon. None of these. My sword is amazing. See, I like the cold. Nope. Dog statue. Stop it. Bad dog. Lumber. I have plenty of lumber. I haven't built any of the facilities for them to do, like, any more raw material. Hey, Thoas.
I once honored the Bishop Hecate, my youth.
I thought that said mouth.
I dedicated to her. For so long she promised me power, meaning safety. So I starved. To prove myself worthy, it amused her. Then Marcusius set me free, free of hunger, free from gods, and I will repay him with your death.
Oh boy. Oh. Ow. Hey, stop it. Ow. Hey, aren't you gonna shoot lightning at me or something? I kicked his butt. Alright. What's up? Oh, well, bye. Nothing. Ooh, sin. We need sin. Yeah, we need to go for sin. As much as I want to do blueprint. If it was a follower thing, I would have done it, but honor the predator. Anything else around here? Or am I just destroying electronics? I'm just destroying electronics. Alright. Let's get these lost lambs home. Away from the rot. No! Shepherd! I no longer know what is right and what is wrong. This rot spreads great suffering, but I do not know what waits at the end of this path. But we swore ourselves to Yingya and must continue. But I made a new path for you. Wherever it leads, Yingya be with you. What do we got? Oh! And the last little bits. Looks like we're coming to the tail end. Yes. We're slowly but surely getting there. But we have so much to do. As soon as I saw that we were already at the top of the upgrade tree, I was like, okay, so we're not going to have too much longer. Where winter is ended. Let's go. All right. Let's see if there's anyone else who needs to join in. I beg you, doctor me to your colts. I will not stray. All right. Start raffle, and now. But yeah, no, like, this has been... Hey, Ludo, are you in the cult already? If not, this is a great time. Thank you. I would say I made it myself, but I really didn't. But I don't remember if you were already in or not. I think at this point, most of y'all are in. Like 90% of y'all are in. Either dead or present. You're the orange cat, I think. Ah, gotcha. Perfect. All right. It looks like we are all caught up then, from what I can tell. So let us go back. And our usual thing. Thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. All right, we do a triple random. 1, 2, 3. So it's Jolt trait. I feel like there's been a couple Jolt traits, so we'll do one more. Yar, Jewel, no. Sure. And then 1, 2, 3. Another one of this guy. Let's go. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. How are you doing? How was your week? How's your weekend? Hopefully you all are staying warm. I don't know if it's super cold where you are, but I know it's cold where I am. They are sickly and they love to freeze. Sure. See, liking the cold is one thing, freezing is another. Ra is befuddled. Oh, y'all have been drinking, haven't you? Oh, followers became befuddled. Oh, all of you. Y'all made yourself drunk. Great. Please spare me. We won't change this guy, though. Sleeps all summer? Oh, okay. Well, glad you're in. It's your younger brother's birthday. Oh, I wish them a happy birthday. For that one, ironically. Doing good. Pretty good weather, too. Visited art school today. Ooh, cool. Any one of them that y'all, like, that you're really considering? Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh, everyone's fighting. Everyone's fighting. What's this? What did y'all break? What did y'all have against that windmill? Oh god! Everyone stop fighting! You're all drunk! Oh god! Alright, in here first. I've returned to successful. Yes! Perfect. Wool, thank you. You need to go to sleep? What's up, my guy? Later, I've returned safe. Managed to find... Perfect. Thank you. Sleep. Okay. Alright. What ritual can I do that'll make y'all no longer drunk? Oh, gosh. Oh, right. I could turn y'all into disciples. I forgot about that. Well, shit. Who wants to be a disciple? I forget. Disciples can help manage dissenters and more. Yeah, let's do that. So this is what we're gonna do. All of you are drunk. Only 2 people could be disciples. So I'm gonna hold off on it. We need to level y'all up. And then we can turn you into disciple. I think you have to be level 10? Question mark? So let us... Yeah, I also forgot. It's a summer, so that would make a whole lot of sense. We could do a holy day, but that's a waste of bones, to be honest. Is anyone dead that we want back alive? Let's see here. I think Piranha, you might be dead. Piranha, yep. Piranha, get you in here. There's only 1 free art school in my city that 1-5 chance to get accepted. Art schools are pretty expensive, so I don't know yet. Well, I wish you only the best of luck, Ludo. I definitely think you have the skills for it. Personally, I think skills are more important than education when it comes to that kind of stuff, but you know what? You've probably done a lot more research than I have over this. So, what do I know, right? Is this one... Can I do this one now? I can! I can do this one now. We can now do cremation of animals. Rich animals can be burned in the rot burn furnace with additional warmth and create a new rotten follower from the depths to serve you. Let's do ritual decay. Oh, right. We need to get Alice in there. Let's do a sermon. And then, and the money, I would buy a Cadillac Eldora with it. Would be cheaper too. Or Cadillac, Eldorado. I could speak. I could talk. Totally. Ooh, this one only costs 10 and 25. Ooh, honestly, Ritual of Decay. Let's see it. Ooh, we brought him from the depths. Welcome in. You performed a ritual and someone didn't like that. Well, too bad. All right, let's see here. Let's look. Oh, first. Okay, perfect. So now what we want, Alice wants, so let's get, okay, so there you are. Now we're looking for someone who is a bush with a blindfold on, right? Is that Shamora? Rana isn't a god. They aren't here to consent. That's true. That's true. If it's a person, they have to consent. We consent in this house. Yeah, I'm not seeing Bush. I see Witness Epos, who's kind of bushy. So the blindfold one. Oh, Calamar. If you can't find Leshy, all right, Calamar. Yeah, the leper pit drip, right? All right, 50-50 coin flip. Oh, he agreed! He agreed! You got the Riz! All right, let's see here. We got Invigorated by the Colds, Naturally Obedient, Deep Sleeper, and Heavyweight. What do you want? Tell us what you want. This is not available. I also think Leshy is dead. The one who waits is dead, and Leshy is dead. I would be bringing them back, but y'all keep dying. So stop it. Get help. Deep Sleeper. Okay. What else? Heavyweight? They sleep deeply and they drink a lot. Or do you want Naturally Obedient or Invigorated by the Cold? What you thinking? Snowman? Alright. Aw, so cute. And then you just put it on the ground and then just leave it there and expect me to take care of it. Oh! Ah, yes, the cycle of life. As one comes in, one must leave. Exorcism? Alright, sounds good. After I put up this naked mole rat into the fertilizer bucket. Oh, one second. There we go. Alright, okay, let's... Oh, what's up, Ra? Leader, I don't want to be hurt anymore. Please don't let them hurt me anymore. Would you let some horrible bullies to paradise? Who's bullying you? Ra, what's going on? Alright, reassure. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, murder. I'm just kidding. So we need to reassure you for a little bit. Okay. This is not available. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Here you go. Oh, I need science. I did. I do see the Autobot. It's because you said, and I quote, piece of shit. Which is funny because people have said worse things in this chat, and it's been weird. It's been weird. Dungeon with that. Fleece of the Rancher. Let's switch to that real quick. Rancher. Fleece of the Rancher. Here you go. Boom. And then switch back to this. Yep. There we go. Easy. Exterminated that. Oh yeah, let's build decorations while we still have this. Let's get some of the Woolhaven decorations up in here. Silk Cradle, Anchor Deep, Honora, Darkwood, Paths, Special Events. Where did I? Woolhaven. Here we go. I like this tree. This tree is nice. We'll put this next to the furnace, because that makes sense. Let's do lamppost. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that. And then, once on another chat, my message had to be approved because I said, damn. Yeah. Sometimes it could be a little weird. Let's see here. I do like... Which one is the one? Yeah, the static post. The static post is kind of awesome. We'll put that here. There you go. Build 3 decorations. Guys, go to bed. Go. Calamar, you too. Go to bed. And then, so that's gonna be finished. Swear, one of my favorite English ones. Very, very flexible. Damn is very good. All right. Let's see what happens. What do we get? Ice falls from the sky, rot seeps from the ground, the storm grows. For you are soft-hearted shepherd, we know. We shall give you a last gift, the ability to thaw. Warming touch. Gain the ability to thaw your frozen followers with your touch. That's actually really good, because the last one died. The winter is howling. Blizzards will occur more often. Lightning may strike. Okay. Which can destroy buildings and kill followers if you're not prepared. Good to know. That's good to know. Can you give me 1 second? Get fullness. There we go. 1 second. I'm just gonna go ahead and just a cheeky little upgrade. Just a little bit of an upgrade. Just a little bit of an upgrade. Just a touch of an upgrade. There we go. Okay. Alright, do we have enough? We don't have enough science. We're missing 1 science. Okay, Piranha, you're up and at 'em. You're spry. You're a spry young lad. Go ahead and go over and get us some science. In fact, let's go ahead and, ooh, you know what? So, you've been so good at this. You're also going to go ahead and give us some, actually, curse you, Bark. Perfect. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Why is Colt Message so expensive? I don't know. How much is it? I don't remember, off the top of my head, at least. Look at all this meat. Boom. 2K? That is a lot. Should we go ahead and minus that real quick? Hold on. Let's make that a little bit less, yeah? Even like half that would be good, right? What are we thinking? Like, do we think 1K, or do we want even cheaper? I want people to utilize it. 2K is insane. Comically low for 1 stream than 1K. We won't do that this stream. We'll do it like... How about this? There you go. I made it 500. That should be fine. Because I want you to use it, because it's fun. It's a fun little thing that you can show yourself up on there. You know? We'll make it comically low, probably on the where we finally finish out the DLC. We're just doing stuff. Oh, it makes it so that you can speak in the game to me. guess that's a bit better. So now that Alice said that, Alice should be able to walk up to me. Yep, there it is. What's up? Oh, Mother, why must you force me to sleep? See? There it is. Boom. Lovely, right? Alright. So feel free to spend it on that. Ooh, another one of these guys. Don't mind if I do.
Get in here, meat boy.
I was like, I don't like the way he said that. Can you not call me meat boy? Thanks. Alright, oh, we need to go to you, collect this one. It's an honor to repair these weapons for you. Thank you, Shepherd. And then we go over here and talk to this guy because I wore the fleece. Ooh. Lore! Wouldn't Meat Boy be like a hero name? Because like Super Meat Boy, right? Rotten must be regenerated or else they shall die within the fortnight. It's not, you know, it's a hot minute. We got a while. Barak was a dear friend of mine. He was devoted care of his herd, never abandoning them even in the worst blizzards. He would play endless games of flockade with me. We will not have the chance to do so again. When you wear these fleeces, we share you the blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Hubba hubba. It's like, what was that last one? You and you. I don't think we need any more than that. Perfect. Do I need to mess with you or you? No? Okay, cool. So we're good with that. Y'all are deciding my fate again. Classic. What about you? Boom, 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 boom. Gotta give y'all a, you know, some diet. Okay, perfect. Claim the slur because everyone keeps calling him that. Oh, got you. Alright, so that's good to go. Oh boy. Blizzard has started! Oh, I can't clear the blizzard. Hold on. Work the mines! Can I work the mines? Let's make another mining one. Oh. Hey, what's up, Ducky? When I was young, you were my hero, but now I see the truth. You betrayed us all. I can't stay here. What? Ducky, E2? I raised you since you were a child. Let me tell you how much I came to hate you since I began to live. Oh, that's funny. The I am speech. Why can't I communicate? I can't interact with you. What do you mean I can't interact? Oh, you're just going. You just leave. Oh, well, bye. He stole my money! That ungrateful... I was busy! Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy killing gods. What were you doing?
I'm in pain.
How are you doing, cute boy? So that's the kid that the dragon, by the way, put in my like care, which is really funny. So like he's just like, I hope they're doing well up in the overworld, and I'm like, your kid fucking stole from me and left. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're doing. He could go tell his mom. Yeah, for real. They raised me, and then for one day they didn't give me attention, so now I have a problem. Uh-oh. Lightning! Lightning! Stop fighting! There's a lightning storm! Oh, it's in that spot. Okay, guys, don't go in that spot. Okay, thank you. Boom. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Okay, no, seriously. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to collect this. Perfect. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way for me to do anything about this right now. Except go. Just don't die, anybody. Just don't die. Alright. Because we need to go in here anyway. Alright. Alright. No one die. The rot. Alright, what do we got? Destroy broken rocks on touch. Deal 2 times damage. Relics start uncharged. Drop an explosive when you roll. Enemies have a chance to drop fish. Okay, so we can get some fish finally. How you doing, cute boy? Hopefully well. Welcome in. I don't know if I said that. We were kind of dealing with a lot. Haha, I'm not gonna let you snails do snail things. What do we got this? Destroy all active tarot cards. Each destroyed heart will give half a blue heart. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not going to use it. That's the whole reason why I took this thing. Ow. Why did you have to make... Ow. Take that. Why are your walls spiky? Y'all hyped for the Tomodachi Life? What is Tomodachi Life? What is that? Ooh, heart. Oh, I could just roll into these. Ha ha ha! Hee hee hee! And whoop! Ow! We'll save this as a I'm about to die. Time to use my cards as health. Oh boy! Oh boy! Hey, how are you doing? And, nope. Stop it. Honestly, oh. Why did he explode? Hey, get out of the fire. Take poison damage. Take this. Alice, I don't know what to tell you. It's cold. It's just cold, my guy. It's just cold. It's gonna be cold for a while. Ow. Ow. Really? That last one is bull. I call bull. Where's the... Oh, I guess he's gone? No, he's not. Where is he? Where? Oh, there he is. I was gonna say, what? Oh, missed. No, I didn't. Haha. Oh. Well, well, well. I've been waiting for you, deceiver. Your manipulation won't work on me anymore. I will bring you justice and free the others. You stole from me after I raised you. What are you talking about? Okay. You're also toxic. You're literally toxic. You're literally actually toxic. Well, I hope we don't see the mother dragon again, because they're going to ask about their kid, and I'm going to be like, well, I killed them. How was I able to go to the other room if that thing was... It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to know. It snowed for a little bit for us, but it's kind of crazy. He's like, your kid straight up betrayed me, stole from me, and then ambushed me. So if you could just like not have any more, like, I won't take it care of. Worst babysitting gig ever. Oh, what's this? I kind of want to do right. Okay. All right, I'm gonna need some advice. Y'all tell me in the chat during the ad break, because we need to do it. There it is, right there. We have the nest on the left and a mysterious cup on the right. I'm curious what it is, but let me know what y'all think. Which one do you want to see? Because I'm torn. All right, right, nest. Actually, I'm gonna run to the restroom while y'all let me know. All right, I'm back. Let's look up the chat and see. Let me see. There you go. Right nest. The nest is a cup. No, not the cup. Upside down cross next. The empty nest. The egg. Fun. The word exists. It means a thing that is overly ideal or unrealistic. Hey, that's me. Idealist. For example, me becoming more popular than my idealist is. I mean, I don't know. Don't put yourself down. You know what I mean? Every single one of you have a chance to overcome any one of us, really. Because, like, the pile of rocks totally looks like an empty nest, right? Might be an event with a dragon or something. I don't agree because I haven't. Your opinion, I feel like if, like, other people at least want to see what the empty nest is about. So which one is the empty nest that you're talking about? The one on the very left? That's cursed U-log, if that's what you mean. It's a log with a face on it. Log with a face on it, which we do need. We do need this. For the most part, it was leaning left in the chat, and the U does add more to go left. So we're gonna go do that. So let's do it. We'll figure out the other one later. Boop, boop. See, there you go. Curse you. Nothing crazy, but it's something we did need. Wait, hold on. Because we're also looking for the special weapons as well. Ooh. Ooh, the growls of those things are really good. Good job. Ooh, health. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ah, fire. Oh, what else is around here? Hello? Oh, there you are. Ow. Take this. Ow. Oh, it pushed the bomb. The bomb pushed them into me. Oh my gosh, that's funny. All right, in we go. If we get hit 2 more times, we're gonna have to stack our stuff. Ooh, that almost hit me. Well, that's 1. Oh. Why did we lose a full heart of damage there? All right, well, we have quite a few people we could pull from here. I'm thinking some of the meat people, not gonna lie. All right, Mamurger. No, I see what you're looking at here. Especially depending on the size of your screen, it might have been smaller. Aha! All right. Ooh. Do we get a blue heart for defeating each area? I wonder. Nope. I refuse. Don't let that slug hit that other slug. This guy sucks. Ooh. Can't touch this. Ow. Yeah, every time we get a little half heart as a treat. Little half heart as a treat. Ooh. No, my flowers. Hello. Oh boy, that's a lot. Take this. And this bomb. Oh, there you are. I was like, where's this last one? He was hiding in the bushes. Nope. I refuse. Ow, what? I was outside of that range. Excuse you? Excuse you, sir. More cursed you. I'll take it. All right, what do we got? Oh, I really wanted to replace my dagger, but you know what? No, I like mine. I really do. Okay. Let's see what the last one is. It might be something decent. Nope. Oh, there. Oh, you. Get all these out of the way. Haha! None of that poisoned, huh? Wild. Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's blow this popsicle stand. I never really understood that saying. What does that even mean? And why would you even do it? Alright, egg. Hey, about your... Hey, thanks for the egg, my guy. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely take good care of this one. My brood will grow happily above ground. I hope they find more than I found. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. If this guy also betrays me, I'm not taking care of your kids anymore. Worst babysitting gig ever. Can you imagine babysitting a kid and they stole money from you? The audacity. The audacity to do that. Alright. Oh, I missed that one. Oh gosh. Can you get out of the fire? Get down here! Get out of the fire! The dragon has treachery in their blood. They really do, though. Maybe that's why they're, like, down here in the bowels of what I'm going to assume. Oh, boy. Hell. Oh, boy. This is a lot of stuff. The furnace is almost empty. Really. That's crazy. Anyway. Acquired potted eyeball. Oh. Oh, okay. I did nurture the other one too. There's been plenty of other ones that I've like grown up from an egg that didn't steal my shit and betray me. And even when I missed a day for them. So, like, on one hand, I can see it's like, oh, it's your fault. On the other, I'm like, they're the only ones who've ever done that. All right, let's do. That's why I like the dagger. Not Mr. Bone Wall. There we go.
Bone walls ready.
Right down here. Oh, that's the boss. So we'll wait 1 second. Let's check this area over here first. Probably get smacked a few times. Yep. Oh, I missed. Well, that's good. Good job, me. Nope. I refuse. Oh, please something out of the dagger. Is that a hammer? Oh, ow! You get out of the fire! Why is there a fire still there? It's more picky of the well-raised followers. Apparently, tell you that much, because damn. All right, let's see here. Hey, man. I thought that said orphans, and I was very concerned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's Boomerang Man? Oh, oh, God. This guy... Ooh, ooh. Oh, God. You know what? We're using it. Okay. Oh. Oh. Ooh, okay, good job, me. Oh boy. Woo! Woo! Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm so locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locking in. I'm so extra locked in. If I keep saying it, I'm just gonna keep doing it. Yeah, let's go. Oh. Hello. You're just a regular meat guy, though. I mean, that's fine, but like... Alright, let's do this one this time. Acquired roaming pill or groaning pillar. I can't read today. I can't read. And reading is half the battle. You know. G.I. Joe said that, I think. We acquired a strange machine. See the realm unseen. Danny Phantom. Okay. Alright, let's get your boys. Get in here. Zoop. Oh, are you going to clear the path one more time for me? Shepherd, you make great progress. I don't know why I'm giving him this voice now. I have dug you a new path, so you may continue on. Oh, okay. So we can now connect to an old path? How good was... Okay. That's fine, question mark. I got 7 rot from that. Oh, we're screwed. Yinkia, we lay down our lives for our own free will, in hopes that you will hear us beyond death. Yinkia, we beg you, take us into your hearts and forgive us. Yinkia, if we must die, then let us rot. I think we unlocked the final boss, guys. Sorry, if I would have known all the flashing, I would have put a flashing warning up. Alright, let's see how well the wolves are doing. Feel that? Alright. That way you aren't doing it. Okay. Okay. Are they all coming in from the... Okay, so one's coming in from the left. Okay. Okay, perfect. 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 Alright, cool. So, they do be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Are people... Yeah, I think they were. I think they... I think our ancestors kinda... kinda made a oopsie daisy, if you catch my drift. We replaced the meat in there. Love to see it. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and take care of the elderly. Let's go ahead and give them a nice cheeky pet. Aw, adorable, beautiful, great. Ascend. Bye, little guy. Enjoy. And what about you? Same deal. Give him a nice pet. And now you die. Off you go now. Take care. Some crystal shards. Love to see it. And then, same deal. Oh, they're so cute. Especially when they go to heaven, I'm assuming. I don't know what's up there. It's just a lot of light. It's like, it burns! The light! And then, boop. A lot of them are old. And another pet. I'm assuming leveling them up means that we get more after they ascend, which is why I do it. I don't know if that's true, but you know, they also need a little bit of comfort. You know what I mean? We did not miss your exorcism. Fortunately / unfortunately. Open trap. And open trap. Let's make some food for y'all. You're sick. What are you doing being sick? What are you doing being sick around here? We can save them, but I want to... Oh, they're hungry. Not sick. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. I mean, they're literally sending them off to heaven. I would be happy too if I could aid in that, like, eternal happy afterlife. You know? A little bit of love. Ooh, okay. Oh. Okay, first, let me get your sin. Okay, so first, you're a jerk. Or Midas is a jerk. And a royal pooper. Okay, well, that's about right. Okay, so now we're gonna nurture. I'm thinking actually we exercise this guy and make him no longer a jerk. You were really chosen. Can't you make the crops grow a magic or something? From the harvester's role. Okay, sure. Hey, this is not available. How you doing? Thank you for the sin, I guess. Nursery. You're in the nursery because you're just gonna poop everywhere. That's what's gonna happen. Where's your baby? Your baby's right here. Relax. They're not hatched yet. Okay, let's get these guys in. I don't think anyone else needs to be in, so we're just gonna go straight here. Plus, I want to kind of get a bunch of rot guys in here so we can upgrade the thing again. Oh my! Oh right. This is the golden egg here. Give this a little bit of love and care. Because poop will be golden. Well, I think we eliminate one. Oh, crap. Oh. We can. Crap. I've returned to successful journey. Thank you. Okay, cool. Honestly, I need to get these guys to get me more of the rotten stuff. Later, I've returned safe. Managed to find you. Perfect. Just check Discord when you get a chance. Okay. Ooh. Let's do 8 p.m. Eastern, if that's good with you. Okay, sleep with you. Shamara! No! And boop. Off to sleep with y'all. Let's see here. What can we do on a ritual? Ritual of Decay is another one. I mean, honestly, Ritual of Decay would actually go kind of hard right now. Ooh, full warmth for 1 day. Let's do it. Who cares about a blizzard, man? We're full warmth in 1 day. We don't need to worry about it. We can dance the blizzard away. There's like lasers that come out of nowhere, out of the eyes of the skulls, would actually go so hard. Now that I think about it, that would slap so much. Like all the lasers pointing out of the skulls and stuff. Ah, dude, forget about it. Let's see here. Is there anyone else that we want to bring back? Oh, wait, we need to do Harvest Fest first. Also, players would immediately be ready for harvest. That feels like a waste. Because it's winter. There's nothing there. So I will wait on that. They added a fox, yeah. They added a bunch, by the way, Melon. They really did. There's a lot of little guys now. Yeah, we need to wait for that. Okay, cool. So we're all full. We don't even need to worry about that kind of stuff. All right. No, not you. I need to. Can I like? I can't even pick up that body. That's crazy. All right. Welcome in, meet Ophens. Welcome in. I can't update my follower because I need to switch. They can only have wolf when I made mine. I don't know. Oh, great mother, please raise my child faster. That I have no control over. Your child will grow as fast as it may allowed. All right, got that. Okay. And now. Meat man number 5, right? Well, we can bring one. Why are you guys huddled around there? You have unlimited. Got that. Got that. All right, what are we going on here? Honestly, I would like to make more wool. That seems to be our biggest whatever. Let's honestly make a bunch of these, even though we don't necessarily need them right now. So. Oh, right. Oh, that's... I forgot that we had lightning. Oh, right, we can make lightning! Lightning rods! Oh, thank God. Okay, there we go. Lightning rod down there. No, I actually don't. I actually have no idea what you mean. Okay. Alright, let's get you boys back home. My guys will be fine. Oh! No, what I used to do, Melon, is that I used to be able to kill off people permanently by turning them into gold, and then they make a new person. But I don't know how to do that anymore. So if anyone knows how to be able to change how your person looks even after death, let me know. As we have desired was safety, a place to call home, and it was taken from us. The cruelty cannot go unpunished. We must take justice into our own hands. All right, let's just go. Let's just go up here. All right. Well, now we go up here. We can now fight the fallen temple. Try going to bed. Maybe you can still use a gold chamber. Maybe. But this looks like final boss time. Ooh, Vampiric Sword, Oath of the Crown, Zealous Axe. I love me a good axe. And slow is very powerful. Okay. We got this. An extra piece, lovely. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. From stone to flesh. From bone to rot. We will put her back together. Oh, it's you.
Wretched, miserable, what have you done to me? You bring the world to ruin. You make this rot. For what? You think you are the only one who was lost. I will burn your blood-soaked temple. I will tear down each shrine. I will liberate. I am liberation. I will destroy you before you destroy us. Marcosius.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy, that's a lot of bombs! Does that hit twice? No, it does not. Good to know. Okay. Oh, what do we got? Oh boy! Oh no! Alright, hey, how are you doing? Those, what big arms you have. Ooh. No, you get away from me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, good. Alright, that is a double hit. Okay, we can do that at least. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Alright. The damage is very small. Oh boy. Alright. I think I can destroy these arms, but I'm not sure. Ow, ow. Okay. Ow. I call BS on that one. Oh boy. Hey, how you doing? Hey, can you not? We're kind of in the middle of something here. Woo! Oh. Oh. What even hit me down there? Oh. 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 Damn. Oh. Yeah, that's crazy. Why did I do 0 damage? I did 0 damage to the guy. Holy damn. Alright. Whew. I did get a legendary fragment. Let's put that. Let's throw that in. Maybe we can do that so it's happening during the boss. All right, come here, big guy. Come on. And then we'll do cave time. Yes, I know these. I'll repair them, and then please take them away. All right. Ooh. Oh, this is claw. All right. I've done as you asked. Name these gauntlets. All right, gauntlets. What do we got? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Remember, dinosaur theme, thematic. We want big, meaty claws. So I'm the first thing that comes to mind is the tickle monster, aka Therizinosaurus. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Personally. Clever girl. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Do we want... So we want the dagger to definitely have a raptor thing. Do we also want the gauntlets to have a raptor thing? What is that dino with the massive claws? Therizinosaur. The one that, yeah. Dino-me's nuts. No. Dino-me's. What would be good? We could make this one the Thagomizer, but I think I want to save that for the flail. Something Theory would be good. Name them Tickle Me Dino. Tickle Me Dino. What if we call Therathese? So he can make these nuts jokes every time? That's stupid. I don't know. I'm not in love with that idea. Those? I'm bad with naming. Apparently. Apparently I'm bad with naming. Oh my gosh. I'm sure we could probably rename them at some point. Right? Third attack summons a lightning strike. Oh, wait. Thor. Theratos? Ooh, Theratos is pretty good. Name it that and I lose all respect for you. Did I have any to begin with? Is the question. Theratos is pretty good. Therazino and Thanatos. Yeah. Yeah, let's do Theratos is good. I like that. Theratos, worthy title of such a weapon. Alright, cool. So we got that. So now we're gonna grab this and we're gonna do it again. We got this. Oh, what? Really? No, put... There is that one that if we lose this one again, we're gonna do a different level. Because there's still some levels that we can knock out. Okay. Oh, there it is. I knew it. You are the idealist, not the respected. Well, I could be both. Teleport to a safe location within the room. Honestly. Yeah. Oh. Do the axe box fight? Yeah, I was gonna say, I do plan on doing that eventually. Whoop, 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 whoop. I bring the flesh with me. Hey man, how's it going? Wretched miserable, what have you done to me? Burn your blood, I'll destroy you. I did do that. Huh? Lightning strike. And third. And third. And third. Boom. And boom. Okay, so I don't have my usual stuff either. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm just kind of spamming this now because it does a lot of damage. Uh-huh. You thought what? You thought what? Woo! I need to stop taunting him. Oh boy! Okay, we don't need to dodge all of them. Oh, those guys! Alright. Whew. Hold on, I'll allow that one. Have you checked any of the other areas since it started snowing? Oh, no, not yet. Have started a fight. Break it up. Guys, stop fighting! Stop it! Stop fighting! You're tearing this family apart! No! Alright, more meat. Yeah, we're gonna do minus now. Well, I want you to decide my fate. Next egg will be gold. Hell yeah. Speaking of golds, y'all don't need any more love and affection. Minus cave. Let's see if we can throw melon in there. So that Melon can make a new person. Nope, nothing. Midas is no longer usable, as anticipated. I just stopped by Pilgrim's Passage. All right. I wasn't able to find the kids in there either. Oh, I did stop by here because I was trying to find the kids. But I don't know where the kids are because I... Oh, hey man, what's up? Well, look at that. That one's frozen sea. Ice looks like we can stand on. Thick enough to walk on. Thick enough to explore, but not a man like me. Oh! We haven't seen it since it's been, like, frozen. Alright, yeah, that's the poop one. How do I walk on... Oh, here he goes. Ooh! Ooh. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oop, what are you? Ooh, interesting. Hello. Oh, hello. I'm just spending time at the sea. What a world it is. It's good to take time in nature. We all go back there in the end. I'll come with you if you like. Well, I abducted a person who was left on an island, so that's pretty cool. I kind of like that boat, not gonna lie. Can I interact with it? Nope. Okay. Okay, so we can't do anything here. I can kind of see stuff in the background. Oh my god! Oh. Oh, the original soundtrack passed away. Interesting. Good to know. Fish? You guys were in the skull of a dead pirate? That's kind of badass. That's actually really that's kind of cool. I like that. Crew, we got found again. Don't be sad, Ozza. We'll find a way to the evil bishop next time. Oh. Okay. Can I keep fishing from here? Holy shit, this is amazing! Excuse me? I need to go fishing during winter more often. What the actual hell? This is so much better. No fish. Okay, well, like, damn though. Like, says it starts storming, and then it says it starts storming again. Alright, let's see. I'm not seeing anything in the upper area right there. Oop, there's something. Hello there. Oh. I got Warwica's seed. Smells earthy and sharp to touch. Excuse me? Anything else? Okay, alright, frozen squid man. How about these other ones here? Hello. Specimen of Toria. This is interesting. Good call, by the way, having me come out here. We came out here during the winter, but not when it was frozen. Which is that poor fish. Wow. Well, that was cool. That was cool as hell. All right, call to the dodo. Let's go. Lovely. All right. All right. Does anyone else? You know what? We'll. Oh, this is River Boy. He's gonna stay the same. Nudist generates faster when naked. Music lover. Flautist plays the flute instead of working. Immortal. Wow. All right, River Boy, get in here. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, now. Oh, all right. We're gonna give you a little bit more love. We're gonna clean up after you. And then we're going to... Here's the kid! Ah, look, they're great! Alright, what kind of name do you want to give it? Alright, Alice, what's the name? Give it to me. What's the name of the kid?
What's it gonna be?
Dare I ask? What a beautiful, what a child. Yeah, that's certainly, Bo-Bert to me. Alright, Bo-Bert to me it is. My pet mimic rock in D&D. Hell yeah. Alright, into the nursery. And now to nurture the children. And then got all that. Perfect. Boom, boom, boom. Bob Burdamy. That's funny. Okay, so now let's go ahead and have this going. Let's see, a ritual. Anyone that we need to raise. Oh, were y'all asleep? My bad. Oh, we definitely want, let's get Shamora back. Radish the Sphinx. I'm not seeing anyone that is active in the I mean, I see Melon, but Melon wants to die forever. In this game. Next egg will be gold. That's true. That's true. All right, Shamora, get back up here. Welcome back from death. How was it? So now let's get our rotting boy again. Because I think this, and I think we get another rotting guy, right? Alright, so this is not available in Dino, huh? And then Sermon. You're like ringing the bell. It's like, we would like to make a child, please. One single child, please. You get triplets. Yep, they disturbed in their sleep. Yep, yeah. They're super upset. Oops, I'm sorry. Here we go. All right, so Dino. Oh no, not Dino. Oh, hold on. I mean, okay, so Dino and this is not available. This is not available. Here we go. Y'all are a pretty 71% chance. All right. Y'all are compatible. Let's go. All right. What skills do you want? And it's golden. So you can have 4 out of 5 of these. We have Pacifist, Strong Constitution, Lustful, Deep Sleeper, and Masochistic. Oh God. Well, 2 of those I feel like are a combo. So what do you all want? I think 2 of you should pick 2, and 1 of you should pick 2, and the other should pick the other 2, because you're parents. So 2 and 2. Normally it would be 1 and 1, but because it's a golden egg, you got it. Imagine a lustful masochist. I mean, I don't know how many Never mind. Strong Constitution, and so Dino wants Masochistic. This is not available. Strong Constitution. And then, okay, so something other than Constitution for you, Dino, because we already have Constitution with this is not available. So it's Lustful, Deep Sleeper, or Pacifist. Those are the 3. It's definitely not Night Owl, and definitely not Terrified of Death, so that's fine. Pacifism? Alright, Pacifist. Lustful and Deep Sleeper. Which one would you like? Which one would you like? If you don't care, that's fine. I can pick for you. Deep Sleeper. Okay. Deep Sleeper. Ooh, both of you picked opposite, but I read Deep Sleeper first, so we're going with that. Why are you sweating so much? You look like you've been through it. Holy. That's so... Oh my god. Okay. Oh, the sleep was replaced by murder. I don't know why. I almost murdered you. I almost murdered you. Okay, 5 out of 6. Oh, perfect. Goku learned an important lesson. Endurance. So true. Alright. So now we can indoctrinate them. Come on in. Dark, one decay. Uh-huh, cool. Anyway, get in here. Alright. Mine. Perfect. The flesh statue demands more flesh. I think we only need one more to get the final one for this. Alright, what do we got? Gain 1 minute of invincibility. Yeah, so I think this one, this last green one here is it. So we need one more. Oh, we need beds. Oh shit, we need beds. Damn, okay. Damn, we really have a lot of people. Let's do this. Let's do a 3 for here. We'll do it right here. You now have enough beds for your followers. Yeah, I'm trying. Dude, they have some skills. I can't feel my legs. Ow. Winter has ended. Let's go. All right, get this up. You did poop out an egg that made a gold the size of your torso. That is true. Beds are not enough for your followers. I made a bed for all the followers now. We have 35 people. Oh, damn. Delicious fish feast. Lovely. Y'all can fight over which one that's gonna be. There you go. Can I like... Okay, we can clean this. Nurture children. Alright. Excellent. Excelente. Which one of y'all is so tired you're probably gonna die unless I tell you to go to bed? Is it one of you down here? Surprisingly enough, no. Where is the one? Oh, you. Yeah, you won't go to sleep. Oh, you can. I can give you an animal? Here's a turtle. You have a little pet turtle now. I didn't know you could do that. That was very presumptuous. Oh, what's this? Oh, divine exorcism. I would use it on this is not available anymore, but I want to use it to get rid of the jerk trait. Oh, we need more gold. Holy crap. What happened to all our gold? Something happened to it. Damn. Yeah, you have a little turtle friend now. Alright, did I already do this? No, I have not. Do a little bit of a cheeky sermon. Send Midas to the mountain to work for the gold mine. Right, that would be funny. That would be good where I can send him to the mountain and then I can destroy the followers, etc. Do that way. That'd be pretty good. That would be pretty good. Okay, we need bones. So let's send people out on missions. Alright, Piranha, you're good with missions. Go ahead and get us some bones for us, pretty please, with sugar on top. Thank you. Let's see here. Sozo, my boy. Brainwash inspired and super, like, you could not if you tried. Followers. Honestly, more bone. Let's do Cursed You Bark. And then this is not available. We're gonna have you more Rotburn. We struggled. And you go to bed. You're just walking around. Bye. All right, we need to go to the quest board and go to Rami. All right. What's up? My legendary blunderbuss. I heard that his previous owner hurled into the sea of shame. We better fix that. Oh, yeah, blunderbuss. We're now at the blunderbuss. What is y'all's thoughts on that? We talked about that earlier. Yes, good. The blunderbuss has been repaired. This would be the name of the fearsome blunderbuss be. Ooh, it's like an anchor. Shoots 3 projectiles in 1 shot. 3 in 1 shot. I swear I'm friends with a dinosaur. Not how that works. I'm gonna say, is the room look like a Kanto 5? Oh, gotcha. An anchor, a blunderbuss, dinosaurs. I kind of want to call it, even though it's not really dinosaur, Bronto Buster. Oh yeah, let's do that. Bronto Buster. Worthy title for such a weapon. Hell yeah. Perfect. Alright, let us go do the other one, though. Let's see here. Ooh, we can... Let's take... That's too much. That's too much. Oh, yeah, let's check this out. Oh my gosh. Alright. Well, let's go do that after we leave a little bit of, you know, an offering here. Hell yeah. And then we go over here in order to be like, cool, I'm wearing this new one, yay! Even though I'm gonna have to go and switch again. Rami was easily outraged as a youth. They did not want to be isolated in this place. They did not understand the danger. Then one day they left, and did not return for many years. When they did, they were changed, subdued, and terribly burnt. They had apprenticed beneath a master smith in the hopes of making something that could save us, to fix what was broken. When you wear these feasts, we're upon you, shepherd. Honestly, but don't we know that it's that golden fleeced bird dude? How did that not get flagged by the auto mod? That statement by itself. Like, out of everything, that was the worst one. That's crazy. It's like, Twitch doesn't care about that. It's like, same deal. I really like the Stargazer look, so we're sticking with it. All right. Okie dokie. Return to Koka's quest board. Oh right. I mean, the Automon hasn't flagged you yet, so if anything, it's... Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't like roses. Yeah, you're right. But the money is so deep within. One wishes to find the legendary items or hide them. Indeed, the pool into the ether is the place. Hell yeah. What do we get? What do we get? We got 10% chance to drop wool on hit. Ooh, that's really good. The shearing blade. Such cheeky children. You're very talented secret shepherd. Alright, it's in Spore Grotto now. Alright, we're gonna go fight the we're gonna fight the axe dude, and then we're gonna call that after that. Alright, let's see. We want probably, yeah, what's back here? Yeah, here it is. Boom. Axe. Man, that final boss hurts. It's gonna take... We're gonna have to be really locked in for that. Ooh. We have a choice here. Gain a spirit heart. Enemy bombs spawn underneath them when hit. Environmental traps cause no damage. +1 blue heart. And when hit, spawn a tentacle. A lot of me assuming I'm gonna get hit. This is too much racism. Do we want to summon lightning? Oh, I want to do Bronto Buster. And then Death Blaze. Alright. Look at that. Look at that Bronto Buster. Oh. Ooh. That charge is nasty. And BOM! Look at that. Lovely. Love to see it. All right. And BOM! Hell yeah. Convert blue hearts to spirit hearts. What does that do? Oh. Okay. I'll take it. Yeah, you can. You can marry followers together. In fact, it's most common. I could also marry all too, if need be. Who do you want to marry? Boom! And bop. And boop and a bop and boop and bop. We did pop out a kid, so sure. Shotgun wedding. More clothes for y'all would be pretty hard. Sin, we're actually pretty okay with. Getting more guys, we're okay with. Cursed logs, we're not rebuilding anything anymore. Not really. Can I marry Calamar? I've had 2 kids with it. You could, if you want. We might have to wait till next week though, because after we finish this, we're probably gonna go. Actually, you know what? We'll end with a single marriage. No, we'll end with marriage. Hold on, what's this? Why do you have that? No, that's a look. You're welcome. Ooh, for those who don't sacrifice style for warmth. Why do you have a? Oh, right, because you're down here. Aren't you a lamb of finest taste? A connoisseur of fashion, that's all I have for the moment. Give me some time to drop a few new designs. I promise you'll be the first to have them. Exactly. We'll have to marry one of you. We'll have to wait for the next one. 50% chance to heal a heart, or 50% chance to gain a spirit heart. Ooh! Let's go for it. And we're kind of keeping an eye open for any, if y'all see blue flame, let me know, because the blue flame means there's a legendary, like, fragment nearby. Oh, the punch is wild. Let's do freezing. Perfect. This blunderbuss was a great achievement of mine. So many fine parts, you see. She was a crafty one, the owner of this weapon. One must be to live that long. She did not come to land often, but did so to visit me. She had a nemesis whose treasure rivaled her own. She was a determined sort. Strange. I have not seen this place, nor similar in my long life. Yet I am unconcerned. I have yet to encounter any material nor beast that cannot be cut by my weapons. Cool. Neat. Alright, I'm gonna do Hounds of Fate, I guess, because that's really good. It's like, do you want homing missiles? Yeah, sure. And pop! I was gonna say, where is he? Ow. Oh boy. And twofer. Is this ice? Well, that's a forget-me-not. Oh, beef and chicken noodles. Nice. That sounds delish. Oh, come on. Get out of the fire. Get out of there. Bucket of guts. Oh, wow. Thanks. You really shouldn't have. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, while y'all decide my fate, I'm just gonna clear the room, I guess. Alright, what you get for me? Enemies will be possessed for a brief time thanks to Twitch chat. Let's go! Oh. Ha ha ha. And pow! Oh, did y'all summon? Oh, oh! Oh, we got a small gift. I'll take it. Let's do this. Okay, we got another spirit heart. Wild. Wild. I also thought it was going to be bad possessed. Okay. What do we got? And boop. The slow motion for charging up Blunderbuss is so based. Don't you dare. You are not going to combine. I refuse. Okay, what do we got? Honestly, the Blunderbuss is kicking ass. I'm fine with that. I was the only one that hindered you. Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of tarot cards you hold. Alright, well, we got 4, so I'm fine with that. I'm killing all your little meat followers. Let's do a little bit of this. Because we can get some follower meat. Some free follower meat. Like, doing half their health in one is so based. Curse you, Bark. I'll take it. It's true. Man, these guys are just like, ow! Stop! God! What does that mean to just, like, kill an elephant? It's like bigger. Just being shot to across the room, or it's just like, I'm gonna melee you. It's just like the knockback alone. Okay. Hold on, let's go back. Oh, or not. What was that previous room? Hello there. I followed them here. The lamb spirits who did not go to death. I don't know what called them here. I made graves, lay flowers down. I would have done the same for you. Hey, dragon, welcome in. But you did not die. You came back, so full of rage. Please, I did not want this task. I had no choice. And now my soul is damned. Ruined. Yes, actually. There was dragons. All those slaughtered lambs. I still hear their cries. I still smell their blood. Leave me alone. I really don't want to fight her. Well, now I gotta. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Woo. Oh boy, I didn't know that. Oh, I tried to be swift, to end the fear, the suffering as quickly as I could. Lay down your head, close your eyes. When you open them, you'll be home. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh man. Boom, boom. Ow. Oh man. Good thing I have like so much health. We follow gods and we are punished. We disobey and we're punished. We damn ourselves to suffering, to toxic exile. We are punished. I do not want to live like this anymore. And there's another one. Whoop. Ow. We defeated the executioner! Oh. An eye for an eye. Bishop's decreed. Twice I resisted. And I only had 2 eyes to lose. As do as you see fit. I am no stranger to the punishment of gods. Pardon? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I would not execute this person. Are you kidding me? Pardon everybody, every time. Of course I'm gonna spare her. There's no way I'm not. Why? Why would you let me live? After everything? After all, I don't understand. I loved that. How we took away the executioner name as like a backspace and gave her her name back. That's so good. I loved that little detail. After all, I don't understand. What kind of god aren't you? You want to come with me back to over? Oh no, it's. Okay, let's. Oh, I can't follow. Well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and collect the forget-me-nots. I didn't want her to, you know, see me wreck because I need those flowers. All right. Of course I was gonna let her live though. Like, are you kidding, right? Hey guys, did I go through that without getting hit once? I got hit so much. Oh my gosh. All right, we got a wedding to do. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Well, it's nighttime, so let's go to wait till everyone finish their nightly duties. Because of the one time that we couldn't take the egg, because of the fact that we didn't have enough flowers, so now I'm just obsessed with it. Nurture children. There you all are. Look, I'm giving you all attention. Yay! Alright, so now... Oh, let's bring y'all back so y'all can sleep. Later, I've returned! Hell yeah. I've returned successfully. Are you full of sin? What's going on? Return! Cursed you along. Why did you come back full of sin? What did you do? They're getting mad because there's other people who are snoring. Alright, so everything here is good. Let's make sure we get some food up and running for y'all. Let's get some grass. Grass for y'all to eat. Y'all been eating too much protein. Y'all need some fiber. What the hell is this? A withered crop? Uh-huh. Sure. Anything else down here? Looks like everything here is okay. We'll just grab all that. Let's go ahead and bring up some llamas. More llamas. And then more llamas. There we go. Perfect. All right. Wedding time. All right. All right. Well, first things first. Well, there's a couple things that we want to do. So we have 37, 37, and 25. I think we have enough bones for all three. So we're going to do a ritual of decay to do our last bit of that. Excellent. More decayed people in here. Hell yeah. We are all made of meat. Huzzah. Except for me. Haha. And then we are going to do Ritual of the Harvest. Let's do Wedding first. Alright, who was it? Who was it that was wedding? Because I know Alice wants to be married to a god. Well, we're going to do that one second. It was Dino, and this is not available, I believe. Correct? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. Okay. This is not available, and Dino. This is not available. Oh, whoa! No! No! Oopsies. Ho ho. Looks like it was me who got married. I stole your man. I stole them. Seriously. Oops. Where is the one where we marry y'all together? Here it is. Follower wedding ceremony. Okie dokie. We'll fix that later. I am so sorry. I was waiting for the second one to pop up. I didn't think it was gonna. I'm sorry. Can I do this now? Okay, so this is not available. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Now Dino. It says you're strangers. Well, you're now married to two people. Congratulations. There we go. Look at that. Yay. I fixed it. Yay. And we don't have enough to do the harvest. So, unfortunate. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no... listen, there's no obligation. It's for the tax write-off. We'll just say it was for the tax write-off, so that way you can get the the health insurance that you needed. And then that was the y'all's or the real marriage. Mine was just for clout. Ooh, what do we get? What do we get? What is this one? Summons one rot demon. Well, damn. Alright. Oh. There it goes. The next ritual will not require any resources. Oh my god. Perfect. Thank you. Boom. I feel like more than one occasion, but I can't prove it. And we bring forth the harvest. Were all those dead? I always take care of the kid anyway. What do you mean punishment? I'm always taking care of the kid. Clear withered crop. Yeah. The winter wither. So I did the thing while it was withered. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, they're exploding. Well, just in the nick of time. Go to bed. And then boop and boop. All right, Melon. Into the poop maker. She's like, what? Oh, they didn't explode into the other ones like before. Interesting. Can I put you in here? I'm gonna have to wait for that. Okay. How are the poems going? Hopefully well. Oh wow, more grass. You I don't know why I had so much grass. For the longest time, it was the only thing that I had. All right, nurture children. Oh, I need to find the other kid. I need to find Midas before he steals my money and demands, like, to free themselves to, like, the awfulness of the world. Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Hey, Midas, how you doing? Nurture the child. Man, he looks like a dick. To the nursery. I will be grown up soon. I'm not going to the nursery. All right, well, whatever you say. You're just still gonna poop on the ground anyway. Wow, that's amazing. And now... Racing game! Hell yeah. Alright, that's all of them, I believe. Yeah, so now we get more, we get tears. Alright, so that's good to go. Why are y'all tired? Okay, let's see here. Oh, let's go ahead and fix this. Boop. Easy peasy. These don't look like they need to be interacted with. We already nurtured the child. River Boy be playing the flute. Alright. So now... I think is a good time to stop. So let's see if there's anyone to raid. It looks like that there's gonna be a collab happening later on this evening, so keep an eye open for that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. Look at the Blue Sky and YouTube and or Discord for that announcement. I believe we're playing fishing game, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see here. Anyone playing? Ooh, or we can raid Oracle. Yeah, let's raid Oracle, and because they're doing Helldivers too. So. Thank you all for being here today. It was wonderful having you. And it was a grand old time. and I hope you all have a wonderful day, wonderful evening. If you're not going to be able to see you tonight, hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow for a Sunday chill day where we do some art and relax and have a good time. And if not, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. All right, stick around for the raid. Have a good one, everyone. Have a good one. Bye-bye. See y'all.